Good afternoon, everyone. Quick update, and probably going to be with you here for a while this evening, but just really wanted to start with a pretty quick update of watching some of the storms that are just getting ready to cross the Mississippi River, likely over the next hour or so. Appreciate everybody joining me this afternoon. We are tracking quite a few strong storms, so let's go ahead and jump right to it. Sliding over to radar, we've got a couple of strong storms to our north. If you are somebody that's been paying attention to the weather here over the last couple of hours, we had a tornado that moved through the north side of really downtown St. Louis. Had a friend of mine actually reach out. He was there and actually grabbed a snapshot of that tornado that was moving through the north side of downtown St. Louis. So the storms today that are getting ready to move into our area, some of these already have a history of producing tornadoes. Some of these already have a history of producing some extremely large hail. It's not only been the tornado in St. Louis, we've had several to our west out across parts of the Missouri Ozarks. And unfortunately, we do anticipate more tornadoes here as we make our way into the evening hours. And I really know that's what everybody's mind is on right now this evening. We've had a lot of folks that maybe changed some plans as a result of some of the strong storms and at least the potential for strong storms this evening. I'm going to start from the south and I'll work my way north with some of these storms. I'm going to start with the storm just to the southwest of Cape Girardeau right now. It is actually just southwest of Chaffee, Missouri. That's moving through the Bell City area. Just had a report from Advance, and you'll see that here on the screen towards the top left-hand side, of ping pong ball sized hail. So that was a very strong storm. In addition to, so the hail core is going to be right up in this area where we see the dark reds and the pinks. But on the southern side of this, we've got a nice hook echo and a notch right here. There is quite a bit of rotation on this storm. So this storm has produced a tornado or two to the west, I believe. And currently there is a tornado warning that is for the northern parts of Stoddard County and then also western Scott County in southeast Missouri. So the track on that would eventually push that into far southern Illinois. So this is why I wanted to join you now, rather than wait for some of these storms to make their way into southern Illinois. But we do have one that right here, we're going to go ahead and just take this whole thing, draw a storm track on that if we can. There we go, maybe. Trying to. So this is the one that's as it moves towards Bell City, Haywood City, and eventually likely towards Mounds, Cairo, I would say Olive Branch, possibly as far north as Thebes, but basically Commerce, Thebes, Miller City. Many of these areas are going to be near the path of this storm as it begins to work its way eastward over the next couple of hours. So that is the concern, is that as they begin to make their way eastward, that we're going to see this storm potentially produce another tornado. So that's really the big concern here this evening. We do have a couple more storms further to the north as well. We've got one that is really getting taken over by another. So we've got the one on the north side that is just to the south of Sedgwickville in southeast Missouri. That's in Madison County and Bollinger County. Madison County here to move through, and now it's in the northern section of Bollinger County. The area has been right back in here that we've been keeping an eye on. However, we've had another supercell that has developed really over the last few radar scans, and that's this guy right here. That then will also make its way eastward. And this one's really overtaking, cutting off the updraft for the one to the north. So I have some concern as this starts to make its way closer to the Jackson, Missouri area, that we could see that become the dominant supercell. As I zoom this out just a bit then, and look a little further to the east, again, much like the one to the south, you can see, again, the one to the south, Cairo, Mounds, some of those areas, possibly if it holds together. And let me tell you, this storm has been together for quite a while. that one would make its way towards Mounds, Carroll, Olmsted, eventually towards Metropolis and Paducah. The one further to the north that is likely going to track near Jackson, Missouri, that's going to continue eastward and likely impact areas in Union County in southern Illinois. So there's been a big theme here as we've gone through the afternoon. I'll show you some things here in just a minute, but that we think that there's the possibility of a long track supercell, long track tornado with this cell to the south, potentially also the one to the north along Route 146. Areas further to the north, there's a little more uncertainty, but we know that right now these two storms are going to be the dominant storms for a little while, and really the ones to keep a close eye on. There is a lot of large hail reports coming in this afternoon. We've had quite a few of those. And they continue to show signs as well of rotation. These storms are in an environment that just has a lot of energy that earlier in the season, we had a pretty big severe weather season this year, dating back to mid-March, early April, and we've had a break here through a good part of the month of May, but now we're getting right back into it. But as we get later into the year, as we start getting into May, we've had a lot of warm, humid air the last couple of days, and that has provided a ton of storm energy. And once again, that storm energy then helping to fuel some of these storms this afternoon, and combine that with a little bit of wind shear, and this is the result. And really heading into this afternoon, we thought, hey, this is going to be a day where there's a significant possibility for severe weather. So that was the big concern. I'm not one that really, I won't ever tell people, hey, you need to change your plans as a result of strong storms moving in. That's not my job. My job is to tell you the forecast, and you guys can make decisions based off that. But you know, this was an event heading into it where we knew that there was a possibility of not just hail, but some very, very large hail. And not just, as well, not just, you know, your everyday thunderstorm, but the potential for very strong storms and potentially even for a few strong tornadoes as well as a result of this. So that was kind of the concern here later on today. And now we're really starting to head into that. So southern Illinois, so far it really hasn't made it to you, but give it some time. It is on the way there. Further north, we continue to watch some more storms developing. I'm going to zoom into one. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for the northern part of Jefferson County in southern Illinois. So we'll talk about that one here in just a second as well. Storm moving through St. Genevieve County, just to the west of St. Genevieve, Missouri. Have to watch that one. Again, this environment, especially now that these storms are going to be working eastward, the atmosphere is untapped. We have not seen storms. We haven't seen anything to help the instability this afternoon kind of taper that down. So we know that there's a lot of instability, a lot of wind shear in the atmosphere, and not expecting these storms to really weaken very much here over the next couple of hours. All right, let's go ahead and zoom in. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that does include parts of northern Jefferson County. So this does include, looks like Irvington, Walnut Hill area, possibly the Dix area. You can see severe thunderstorm there. Main threat is likely going to be hail, possibly some strong gusty winds as well. But right now, there's no tornado threat with this storm. So if you've got your weather radio going off as a result, that's what's going on in those areas. Dix, Woodlawn, that's where that warning kind of stretches down to. Meanwhile, Mount Vernon, Waltonville, Bonnie, you guys are not in this severe thunderstorm warning, okay? This storm, I'll go ahead and put a motion on this so you can see it. This storm is going to stay to the north of you. Notice we had a pretty good core there where we saw the pinks show up. That was back as it was moving through Nashville, but then as it started to skirt a little further to the east, we kind of lost that. So this storm is actually losing a little strength here as it started to make its way eastward. All right, I'm going to turn my attention back down to this storm because this is the one that I think has the biggest potential of not only producing a tornado, but possibly a strong tornado over the next hour or so. Everybody can hear me okay? Give me if you don't mind, give me a thumbs up and let me know all of that as well. Again, just appreciate everybody joining me this afternoon. I'm going to be with you here for quite some time, but again, the area that we'll be tracking here for the next couple of hours is going to be, I think, this storm, one of those. And I'm going to take this, let's say 45 miles per hour, somewhere somewhere about right there. There you go. Observed tornado right there on that storm. So new tornado warning just issued as I was plotting that. And that pink color you've got coming up, showing up there on your screen, means that it is a observed tornado warning. So there is a tornado on the ground. So this is the storm we've been talking about. And that tornado is going to be right back in here. It's going to be just to the south of Bell City. That's where this tornado is going to be, about right in here. And that's going to be moving towards the Van Duzer area. Again, you know, as far as this Facebook video and this YouTube chat and everything, appreciate that what we really focus on is Southern Illinois. But if you've got friends and you've got family, or maybe you're traveling this evening down I-57 and you're getting ready to cross at Cairo, Dealstadt, over towards the Sikeston area, maybe northwards towards, this is Benton, Missouri, not Benton, Illinois. Be aware that there is a tornado on the ground with this storm. I'm going to see if we can get a view of this. This is to the north of Sikeston, Missouri, it looks like. All right, so let's see. This is a live view from Sikeston, Missouri right now. And this is going to be looking back at this storm. I don't see anything. We're still quite a ways away from this. But we would probably, this is going to be looking right up I-55. So this is going to be looking, we'd be looking back up in this area, I believe, for this tornado if it's on the ground. So this is, again, live feed right now from Sikeston, Missouri, looking up I-55. The traffic moving along. You see the dark skies there in the distance. And again, tornado on the ground with this storm. I'm going to look over at my phone real quick here, see if we've got anything coming in from the National Weather Service chat that is indicating any more than a tornado on the ground with this one. All right, there it is. Yep. Definitely on the ground. I am getting a picture, it looks like, from the emergency manager there. That is from the Van Duzer area. So that's going to be moving into Haywood City, Morley. And again, if this pink box, this has been a very long tracking storm. This storm has been on the ground for quite a while. Or this storm has produced several tornadoes, potentially, that have been on the ground for quite a while. So eastward, if I take this path eastward, just from where this is at, we put a storm motion on that at about 40 miles per hour. You start looking at Van Duzer right now, Haywood City. But then there you go, Cairo coming in. That would be at about you got about 45 minutes or so on this one. Go ahead and put a faster storm track on that one, because I believe we're reading a little bit slow from what the actual. They take this out at about, we'll say 58 miles per hour. So that gives you a better idea, kind of in the long term, of where this storm is heading. So eastward motion on this would be carrying this again into Cairo. We'll say 4:30 actually for that. So moving that time up just a little, because the storm's moving fairly fast. But it looks like that will be moving close to Cairo, Mound City. Mounds, I wouldn't let your guard down. I think this is going to be very close to you as well. You're not listed here in this list, but anywhere from Wickliffe, and then there you go, further eastward. This is quite a ways out for you, talking about almost an hour. But coming into the metropolis area, that is going to be at about 5 p.m. So if you are just joining me, once again, a confirmed tornado on the ground with this storm that's moving into Scott County, Missouri. But current track would take this into far Alexander County in southern Illinois and far Pulaski County in southern Illinois. So Olive Branch, Miller City area, Mounds, Cairo, Mound City, all in the path of this storm as it continues east. The pink box, once again, remains is a tornado on the ground. So We'll be keeping a close eye on that storm. I'm going to give you another quick view of this storm further to the north. Again, we're seeing a bit of a merger between two different storms here. One that could potentially be producing a tornado on the southern side of this. Let's go. So there you go. There's the area of rotation right about in here. That's to the west of Jackson, Missouri. So again, if you've got friends, you've got family that is in Jackson, Missouri right now, they need to be considering heading to shelter. That is a tornado warning right now. A radar indicated tornado that is just to the west of Jackson, Missouri. And then the path of that storm, once again, we'll put it into the western Union County here in just a bit. I'm going to up my community so you can see them just a little bit more, especially some the smaller communities. Hop in here real quick because especially when we're tracking tornadoes on the ground, you know how big of a deal it is that we have some of the smaller communities that are in there. That storm is looking fairly close to also trying to produce a tornado. So this one will be keeping an eye on as well. But again, the path of that would be taking it into Ware, Wolf Lake, pretty close to Anna as well. I would say Mill Creek, Anna, Cobden, kind of in this area. I would be keeping an eye Route 3. That's again from Wolf Lake southward to Ware to even East Cape and McClure area, Reynoldsville. All of these areas need to be keeping a close eye on this storm as well, because as it begins to push eastward, I think we are likely going to see a storm that is at least capable of producing a tornado. So tornado warning again for, that's the central part of Cape Girardeau County. That's a storm there. And I'm going to switch back over to reflectivity. Look a little further to the north. Looks like some of these storms out ahead here are, these aren't going to be enough to really wash the atmosphere out, but out across southern Illinois. So, you know, where I'm located, I can hear some thunder from one of these, but these storms that are starting to fire here, I really think are not going to be severe. These are the ones that we need to really be watching. Again, the one that's going to be the one in the pink box that you see here on the screen, and then also the one in the red and orange box a little further to the north. Those are the two storms that I'm most concerned with at this time. Back over to that MoDOT camera, and let's see if we can see. We are getting very close. See the wall cloud with this storm just up here to the left-hand side of your screen. Back over here again. What we're looking at is a live camera from the Missouri Department of Transportation. So right over in here, see some lowering. I'm going to zoom that in just a little bit more, guys, if I can. Because if we're looking for a tornado, it's going to be right back here on the left side, where you see some of the lowering there from the sky. There could be a, boy, it's hard to tell right there from that camera view. But there's definitely a wall cloud there, and you can see the updraft. And again, this storm does have a history of producing. I bet you they're going to turn it here. There we go. I don't have control of this one. This is, again, somebody from the Missouri Department of Transportation, that is from MoDOT, that is actually controlling this. So we might still have a tornado on the ground with this one. Keeping a close eye on this camera right now as it moves in. It looks like I'm having some issues pulling radar right now. So got an update there, came in. We're good, okay. Now, our radar data was getting a little bit behind here, so I was trying to fix that. All right, I'm going to switch back over to radar. We'll come back to that camera here in just a second. Again, if you've got friends that live just to the north side of, but basically between Benton, Missouri, and Sikeston, a storm that might be producing a tornado right now, getting ready to cross over I-55 as we speak. Probably help if I put on some of the highways for you guys. All right, I'm zooming back out. I'm going to go back to the north, look at this storm as well. Some of these storms, and boy, I'll tell you what, there's a couple more supercells that are starting to fire up. So I was saying that I thought maybe these two would be the dominant ones, but even this storm here in eastern Johnson County, notice how quickly this thing developed very, very fast. And basically went from nothing to all of a sudden now we've got a very strong storm. Watch this. We'll have to keep an eye on some of these storms, I bet. Just get an idea how volatile the atmosphere is this evening. The other thing to keep an eye on, talking about some of these storms a little further to the north, the actual cold front itself is way back here. So we've got a few supercells that have popped out ahead of this in this very tornado-prone atmosphere, but we'll have to be watching some of these storms here towards the back side of this as well, as some of those could also be very, very strong, possibly severe. Okay, let's go back over to that MoDOT camera and see if we can get a better idea of what's going on with that one. There it is. Look at that. Look at that. Holy mackerel, wow. Live video coming in right now, and tornado on the ground here crossing over I-55. This is a live view from Sikeston, Missouri right now, and this is a live view catching a very large tornado crossing over I-55 as we speak. So this is really something to see. But again, this is going to be moving towards the Blodgett area. This is just to the south of Haywood City. Just to the north is where this is going to pass, pretty close to Dealstadt. So this is just north of Sikeston, Missouri. Large tornado on the ground here. You can see it there getting ready to cross. And there it is. So folks, if you're in the path of this storm, again, this is a live view from Sikeston, Missouri, looking to the north. If you are in the path of this storm, you need to be heading to shelter immediately. And again, that includes the folks that are, I'm going to leave it on this camera angle for a minute, but that includes the folks in Dealstadt, Missouri. That includes if you are in Cairo. Okay, if you're in Cairo and if you live in a mobile home or you live in a trailer, you need to be getting out of that and you need to be seeking shelter in a sturdier building, okay? You need to be heading to shelter immediately and getting into a sturdier building. So again, friends that live into, I would even say from Dealstadt to Cairo, Charleston, Missouri, right there along that I-57 corridor, you need to be getting out of it. If you live in a mobile home or trailer, you need to be getting out of it, and you need to be heading to shelter. Okay, you need to be heading to a sturdier shelter. If you live in these areas and you live in a stick-built home, you need to be heading to your basement. You need to be heading to your storm shelter. Okay, and I would include even Mounds and Mound City in this, as we again watching a tornado, and you can still see it here on the screen. You can still see it on the screen here as you look closely, right here. But we just watched a tornado that went right through this area. Okay, so this was just north of, this is from Sikeston, looking right up I-55 to the north. And this tornado is on the ground. All right, I'm going to slide back over to radar here real quick, guys. I really think that, I'm hoping maybe we get another shot of that here shortly. I'll keep an eye on that. But let's go back over to radar. That's a debris signature getting picked up right there, still showing up on radar. So again, this is crossing over I-55 right now. Yep. So crossing over I-55 just to the south of Blodgett, Missouri. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right, but just to the south of Blodgett, Missouri. And again, this is going to track very close to Dealstadt, Missouri. Okay, but again, the path on this is going to take it very, very close to Cairo, Illinois. And 60 miles an hour. Let's go ahead and say we know that there's a tornado on the ground here. Let's go ahead and take that out. That's a large tornado on the ground there with this storm. So coming into Cairo, 433. Very consistent with what we just saw. So you've got, I'm going to say you've got 10 minutes if you're in Cairo to get to where you need to go, right? Olive Branch, the Horseshoe Lake area is going to be right in there. The state park is going to be very close to where this tornado is as well. But again, Cairo, Future City, Wickliffe, Kentucky, I would say even as far east as La Center, Kentucky. And I'm not just talking to you if you're watching this. I'm talking to all of the folks that might be in the path of this storm. Maybe you've got friends, maybe you've got family that live in some of these areas that I'm naming off. You know, it's not a bad idea. Give them a call. Let them know, hey, I've got friends, I've got family, I'm there. Hey, I'm watching this, and there's a tornado on the ground with this. All right, so that's always a good thing. I guess we should go through some of the safety rules as far as severe weather and what we should be doing this afternoon. If severe weather strikes again, just had a big old rumble of thunder here at the house as well. But if severe weather is moving your way, the best place to be if you've got a tornado that's on the ground or you got a tornado warning for your area, the best place you can be is underground. It can be in a basement, storm shelter. Even above ground storm shelters are very, very safe. But a storm shelter or a basement, safest place you can be. If you don't have that option, you want to get to the lowest floor of your home, and you want to put as much stuff between you and the outside of it. So we're talking bathroom, closet, hallway, a room that doesn't have windows, lowest level of a home, lowest level of a building. If you live in a mobile home or trailer, you want to get out of it. And again, we're trying to give you as much heads up this afternoon as we can on some of these storms, but we want you to know that, hey, if you live in a mobile home or trailer, it's not a safe place. But we want you to know that, hey, if you live in a mobile home or trailer, weighing out some of these storms. All right, let's go back up to this storm that's going to be moving into Union County here in just a bit. See if I can just kind of draw this out. Ocean on. Say about 55 miles per hour. So right now I'm thinking, here we go, a better Alto Pass, Jonesboro, Cobden area, Anna as well, coming in about 4:30 into Anna. Again, the storm currently has a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning. We have seen some weakening with this storm. I'm not sure if they're going to extend the warning or not, but it is possible as this continues to make its way eastward. But again, some of the communities that would be in the path of this storm, Buncombe, Goreville, New Burnside. I know if you lived in Buncombe, you had a rough evening back in the early part of April with a storm. Right now, again, there is some weakening with this storm, so we will keep an eye on it as it continues eastward over the next couple of hours. I'm going to zoom back out here just a bit and kind of give you a quick rundown of everything that we've got going on if you're just joining me. The red boxes are tornado warnings. The pink boxes that you see on your screen are observed tornadoes. So that means that somebody at the National Weather Service, either radar, has picked up and indicated debris, or there has been a storm spotter that has reported that there's a tornado on the ground. You can see the pink box on the southern cell here in our region. That is, again, moving towards Cairo. That storm has a tornado on the ground. If you were with me just a few minutes ago, we watched that tornado live on air as it was moving eastward and getting ready to cross I-55. Again, that storm is going to be moving towards Cairo, Olive Branch areas of far southern Alexander County shortly. We do, I see it just now getting plotted in here, new tornado warning for Union County in southern Illinois. That was the storm we were just talking about. It has shown some weakening, but these storms this afternoon, very strong. And you'll see some more storms then developing further to the north. Those are storms through parts of Perry and parts of Randolph County. And you can see some of those also. Potentially could see some tornadoes with those, but additionally, we could also see some very strong winds with some of these storms and very large hail. Some of these storms this afternoon have produced upwards of ping pong ball size hail. We've even seen some reports, especially as these were moving across southeast Missouri, of hail that was even larger than that. So again, a very active afternoon for some already, especially across southeast Missouri. But in southern Illinois, we're just really now getting started as these are going to be moving through. And we're in the prime time. If you have been following on social media the last couple of days, we're really in the prime time of when we thought there'd be severe weather, basically between now and about 8 o'clock. So really no surprise if you've been paying attention and watching some of these here recently. But let's go ahead and go back to the one that we know we have a tornado on the ground with here just a few minutes ago. We'll check back in on that one. Again, that's a very strong storm. Gosh, really still showing a notch there. I'm going to go back to the camera as well and see if seeing anything from that. I'm going to try to see if there's any other cameras as well that might be picking up on that one. Alrighty, so this was the camera again from Sikeston, Missouri. This was the one we just saw a tornado on just a few minutes ago. You can still see the heavy rain off to the right side of the camera. I haven't seen, look at the hail size on some of this stuff too. I'll go back to radar here real quick. 3-inch max hail. 3-inch max hail is very, very large hail. So again, Mounds, Mound City, Cairo, all in the path of this storm. All right, let's go back further northward. We do have a new tornado warning to pass along to you as well. And that tornado warning is for Union County in southern Illinois. This was the storm we were talking about a few minutes ago. This one has, we'll go back to showing rotation, and if we can still find rotation in this storm. There definitely is still some rotation. It looks like right back in here on this storm. So that's going to be crossing over very close to Ware and Wolf Lake here shortly. Get some of those communities. Trying to get some of the smaller communities plot in here if I can. That's going to be pushing into those areas very quickly. So once again, if you live in these areas of northwestern Union County, Alto Pass, basically from this Grand Tower, you're not in the warning here. So this is going to be south of Grand Tower. But from Alto Pass to Cobden to Anna, Jonesboro, basically from Bald Knot Cross south to Anna, and also we'll say from Bald Knot Cross to Ware, right at the intersection of 146 and Route 3. That's where this area of rotation is going to be passing. I think it's probably going to stay a little closer to Wolf Lake at this point. So if you live in Wolf Lake, if you live in Alto Pass, if you live in Cobden and this storm is approaching you, and again, if it takes you a little time to get someplace, that's what we're telling you right now. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, meaning that there's enough rotation here that we could potentially see a tornado from this one, okay? And there is still quite a notch. Started to kind of perk back up here the last couple of radar scans. Yeah, so it would be right back in here. That's what we're most concerned with. So, yeah, I mean, it's Wolf Lake's probably a little bit further up in this area. Where down here, a little just almost due west of Jonesboro and Anna. And this one is, again, there is no necessarily tornado on the ground right now, but we do have some rotation with this storm, enough that the National Weather Service went ahead and issued a tornado warning. So storm motion, they had this one only moving at about 33 miles an hour. So this one's not moving quite as fast. A little bit on the south side of that. All right. So that would be making its way eastward here over the next little bit as well. So again, that one is going to be potentially one to keep an eye on as well here over the next little bit, as that one could be producing a tornado as well. So again, we will keep an eye on both of those. They're what we call supercells, and you see a little hook there on the back side of it, and that's what we're most concerned with. What I'm going to do real quick is show you one of the reasons that we were a little concerned this afternoon with some of the storms that were moving in. You guys should be able to see this. Let me get this fixed here real fast. Hoping I can show you that a little bit better, but essentially what we were most concerned with this afternoon is that there's just a lot of wind shear and just a ton of instability available from some of these storms. So keeping an eye on some of those this afternoon was really going to be the key. And again, we knew that there was the possibility that we would have some large hail, and just with the amount of energy in the atmosphere this afternoon, there was also then the concern that we were going to have large hail. That's where I'm going to turn my attention to a little further north. I know I've got some comments. I'm trying to read as many comments as we've got coming through. I appreciate all those you guys have going on as well. This is now a storm. This one is going to be warned for the potential for very large hail and strong winds as well. Put the storm motion on that, and you can see this is now into the southern sections of Perry County in southern Illinois, just to the south and east of Cutler. Pyramid State Park's in that area, and in addition to trying to think, there's a large rail yard that's kind of right in that area. But essentially, this storm moving east northeast will be moving pretty close to Pinckneyville, St. John's, DuQuoin. Right now, this storm is the most concerning part of this storm is the potential for very large hail. Okay, so again, this is Route 154 that goes through here. And if you're in these areas and you got time to, if your car's parked outside, I would highly recommend maybe moving your car inside if you can, or trying to cover it again. So the hail that they're warning for on this storm is for 1.5 inch hail. So that's basically golf ball sized hail that we're warning for on this storm. And kind of plotting in where some of the hail would be. The brighter colors here are where you're going to have some of your best your most impressive updrafts, and likely also seeing the probability of severe hail, what we're looking at here. So that's showing that, yeah, we've got some very large hail. I'm just going through the products here and looking, but here we go. Where you see the pinks and the reds all coming together, very large hail. Again, this is just south of the Pinckneyville area. And the current motion on that would be taking this very close to DuQuoin, maybe the north side of DuQuoin, just south of Pinckneyville, close to where the airport is, down 127. That's going to be passing over there here in just a bit. Very fast-moving storm, but wouldn't be surprised at all to see a quarter to possibly up to golf ball-sized hail with that storm. The eastward motion then would take that. They've taken the warning into western sections of Franklin County. So now Benton, Cesar, all within a severe thunderstorm warning. But even places like Waltonville southward to Nason, right there on 148 between Waltonville and Cesar, it wouldn't be surprising to see some of this stretch a little further to the north as well. So lots of storms now. All right, let's go back to the tornado warned storms. I'm actually going to zoom back out here just a bit to kind of give you a complete breakdown. I had to pull some of those sounds out now so you guys can see. Complete breakdown of everything that's going on. So storm that produced a tornado here just a little while ago. Looks like we've got a new observed tornado warning on that. We'll talk about that one here in just a few minutes. That includes Ballard. It looks like northern Carlisle. It does take it all the way into Graves and McCracken and southern parts of Massac County in southern Illinois. So that does include, it looks like, Metropolis and Brookport in that new warning that's just plotted in. That's here on the southern part of your screen in the pink. Again, a observed tornado on the ground with that one just a little while ago. The other tornado warning that's on the map is in the red color. That's into northwestern sections of Union County. And that one in northern Union County, that one is for a tornado warning as well, radar indicated. And again, we have watched that storm as well. You can see that it's not maybe as strong as the one to the south. It's just not nearly as big as the one to the south. And then we've got some other storms that have formed a little further to the north. And I think what we're going to see is we're eventually going to see this line to the north catch up to some of these supercells a little further to the south and form kind of in a line eventually and push all the way through. Also, a couple other storms I know folks are asking some questions about. You're hearing some thunder, you're hearing some lightning. So let's go ahead and zoom in on some of those as well. These are not warned. But this storm that is right now between Buncombe and Vienna, just to the east over there and a little closer to the Simpson area. That one also, again, not warned right now, but it wouldn't be surprising if we saw potentially some hail from that storm. It has popped up very quickly, and it's growing very quickly as well. The supercell to the west of that is the one that I'm most concerned about, though. At least for Johnson and Union County. That's the tornado warned storm. Again, this one, the hook's going to be right back in here. 38 miles per hour to the north-northeast. That would put it, I'm going to take it all the way up into Williamson County because I don't think that this notch is really going to be there. I think this thing is going to ride pretty close to Route 146 at this time. So Jonesboro, Anna, Buncombe, Goreville, Creel Springs. And again, when we start talking about Creel Springs in the path of this one, I think that's really on the extreme northern end of this storm. I really think that this is going to be more of a Cobden, Anna, Goreville, Buncombe, New Burnside type storm, somewhere in that area. As this moves eastward, and again, this is a radar indicated tornado warning, so we don't have a tornado on the ground. And that really, when I'm looking at, we still have rotation, and it's still a very strong storm, and it even could be producing some large hail. But at this point, I don't think that that one's extremely close to producing a tornado. Go back to the south, look back on this storm as well. We have the new tornado warning that was issued for this. See if we're still seeing any indications that the thing was really tight when it went across and was producing the tornado. Really impressive cut. But all right, so this might still have a tornado warning on it. I think this is going to be one that gosh, it's hard to see. Going to be right back in here, though, that we're going to be watching. So again, this might, with a little luck, this is going to pass between Cairo and Mountain City with just a little luck, but it will be close. All right, so folks that live in Cairo, again, we've been telling you here for quite a while that you need to be in shelter. That includes if you've got friends, family a little further east in Barlow, if you've got friends that are in La Center or Kevel or Massac, far southern Massac County. Again, this is the warning that stretches eastward now all the way to Metropolis and Brookport. And it includes both of those, Metropolis, Brookport, and Paducah. So they've taken this warning out quite a ways, and that's because we want to give everybody a heads up of what's coming, okay? All right, let's go back further north. I know we've got, again, a lot of friends and got a lot of folks joining us right now from Perry, and a lot of folks joining us from Franklin County. The severe thunderstorm warning that went off for there it is. We were talking about that core producing some large hail. 1.5 inch hail just north of DeCoin, maybe closer to the Sunfield area, the Sunfield Y. Near that region, and then eastward over towards Cesar. That's 154 that crosses through there. And these areas, again, this is not a tornado producing storm at this point. This does not look like a tornado producing storm, but potentially some very large hail with this storm. Though I will tell you that the core, waiting for the newest update come through. There it is. The core of that, look at that, just kind of fell apart right over there. So I actually don't think, just looking at what I'm looking at here, I don't think that this storm is severe anymore. I think it's lost a little oomph as it's moved through. But we also, there's another supercell here back to the west. This is way back in southeast Missouri. So again, folks, if you're just joining me, kind of just getting started with some of this, but we do have the one storm that we know had produced a tornado just a little while ago. That was in, it was producing a tornado that was right back over towards the Sykeston area. That was right back here. We knew we had a tornado on the ground there. That same storm is getting ready to move right into Cairo. I don't know at this point, looking to see if we still have a tornado on the ground or not. This is, gosh, what a big storm too. Extremely large hail on the north side of this storm right now between Mounds and Cairo. I bet you Mound City, if you're in Mound City and you're joining us, and you're joining me this afternoon, and you can report the size of the hail there, there has to be some extremely large hail that is falling from this storm right now close to Mound City. Seeing $half sized hail, that's what it says. I'm seeing a report of that coming through. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Again, I really do think that there might still be the chance that there is a tornado on the ground. Here we go. We've got golf ball sized hail now falling Mound City. So that's just north of Cairo. Between Mounds and Cairo, there's the golf ball sized hail falling, saying that there's some tree limbs that are being damaged because of the winds that are coming through. So if there's a tornado in here, it would be probably just on the north side of Cairo, very close to where the exit ramp is there. Steve May, I see you. I see your comment. Got to be gusting at 80 miles an hour. What is the where's your location at? If you don't mind sharing that in the comments there, appreciate it. But you don't mind telling me where the 80-mile-an-hour winds are coming from, because that's a very strong report there. All right, so they went ahead and expired the tornado warning. We're talking about that one. Just doesn't. It was struggling in Union County just a bit. So we have no warning right now for Union County. No warning for Johnson County. Currently no warning for the northern part of Pope County. But we do have a few storms moving through there. Some thunder, some lightning, some really heavy rain. Possibly some small hail in a few of those. And again, we do still have a severe thunderstorm warning a little further to the north. That included parts of Franklin and parts of Perry County. And I would not be surprised to see that warning canceled, because we are not seeing that storm that's moving into western Franklin County right now, just not as strong as what it was just a little while ago. So it is possible we see that storm weakening just a bit. Zooming back out, I know you guys are all asking about, I see a lot of comments here. I'm going to go through some of the comments right now as things quiet down for just a few minutes. Lots of wind, lots of starting to rain in Marion. So the stuff that's moving through Marion right now, not severe. There are some gusty winds with a few of these storms, but right now the main storms that we're most concerned with are actually to your south. I zoomed out here just a bit to show you that there is some more storms to our north and to our west, a little closer to the cold front. The one that's actually getting ready to move into the Farmington, Missouri area, also a strong storm. So that will be one to keep an eye on here over the next few hours, because I think that storm is, notice last couple of scans, we started to see that indicator hook on the back side of that. And that hook then would be have the possibility of becoming a supercell, and we would have to watch that storm for potentially, in addition to large hail, possibly of a tornado. Got some folks, I know it's heading into the weekend, we're in the warmer months of the season. I see some folks asking about Wren Lake. We've got some showers, some thunderstorms moving in there. It's got some thunder, some lightning. But the storm that's actually moving into the Wren Lake area right now, there is a severe thunderstorm warning still in effect there. But I really think that that one right now has weakened and does not have as much of a severe threat with it. Aaron, again, you guys are asking, I know about a lot of these areas further to the south, Jackson, Williamson, Saline, and Gallatin County. We are watching some storms to our west and northwest still. It's still fairly early. Again, we thought prime time was likely going to be somewhere between now and about 8 o'clock, 8, 9 o'clock for our area. These storms further to the south, still something to keep an eye on. That one in Union County still, they've taken the warning off of it, but the one in Union County still one to watch. That's a supercell that still clearly is embedded in there, showing maybe some signs of strengthening here over the last couple of radar scans. So keeping an eye on that. A lot of reports right now of strong winds moving through Marion with this little shower that's coming in. That's kind of interesting. A lot of reports of it. So what we could be seeing is just kind of the outflow of some of that rain-cooled air getting pushed through here. And that's actually some good news. It would help stabilize some things in a few areas as well. All right, let's go back south. I look back in this storm. It's now crossed out of Illinois and it's back into Kentucky. Get a better idea of where this one's going to track in relation to Metropolis and Paducah. Still a very, very strong storm cell there. Sun is out in Carbondale. Seeing some reports come through southwest Marion, light rain, gusty winds. So that storm that just moved through Cairo, again, this is looking a little further to the south. Cairo, Barlow, Tennessee, Barlow, Kentucky, excuse me. La Center, Kevel. You can see the radar site itself. That's Paducah there, and that's the what we call the Conus Islands, but that's the radar site that you're seeing. So we're going to get very close to it here shortly. It's a few really good reads on this storm. Yeah, there are still, there's clearly a hook on this storm right back into here. So this storm could still be Still has some rotation with it, that's for sure. Looking for any reports that are coming through on this one. All right, so track on that again would put it pretty close. I'm going to keep it a little further to the south. That's been the general theme here. Over the last little bit is to kind of going to be very close. Paducah when it moves through. Barkley Airport is going to be very close to the path of this as well. Again, observed tornado just a little while ago on this storm that's moving now into western Kentucky is going to push pretty close to Paducah. Potentially, and I'll tell you, if you've got friends that live in Metropolis or Brookport right now, the tornadic part of this may end up staying just a little to the south of Metropolis, just a hair. But the large hail part of this is going to be moving in there. We've got a lot of reports that have come through of golf ball sized hail, possibly even larger, as this storm has pushed eastward. So definitely something to keep a close eye on and make everyone aware of. Again, Metropolis, Brookport, Paducah, very strong storm. Whether it's producing a tornado or still or not, that thing needs to be taken seriously. Zooming out a little further to the north, again, I know we've got a lot of folks that are asking about the storm in northern Union County, hearing some of the thunder, seeing some of the flashes of lightning. This storm has lost some of its little bit of its power, or at least a little bit of its strength here over the last little bit. Still a strong storm, likely producing some hail. If you're in Cobden, let me know if you're seeing any hail in that area. That storm's going to be pushing over towards Goreville here in just a bit, Creel Springs, towards eventually Stone Fort, if it holds together. But again, what is really showing right now is that these two storms are losing a little bit of strength here currently. Storm that was severe thunderstorm warned just a bit ago. We were talking about Perry and Franklin counties. Notice that warning box now has been dropped for these areas, so that storm has seen quite a bit of weakening. We're seeing some showers, maybe a little lightning with that one, but that storm is not severe. So we'll be keeping an eye on really two different areas as I zoom this out. Storm moving through southeast Missouri will be one to keep an eye on here over the next couple of hours. That's going to into southern Illinois here as well. So no, we're not completely out of the woods. Roberta asking about Marion being out of the woods till 9. No, I think it'll be earlier than that I think it'll be earlier than that when we really see the severe threat in for most of southern Illinois. All indications are that by 9 o'clock, these will be completely in Kentucky, okay, and completely out of here. I think there's going to be some areas of far southeastern Illinois that are still maybe dealing with some of these storms as they move through here over the next few hours. But I think really the prime time is between now and about 8 p.m. for most of the region. Aaron saying nothing in Carterville. Yeah, we're seeing even, I'm seeing some reports of some sunshine even actually on the backside of this. As some of these storms move through, we've seen a few reports of some sunshine quickly peeking out of the clouds. Even the weaker storms have produced some pretty gusty winds as they. We do have a storm up near Sparta that's all of a sudden kind of showing some strength. Again, some of these are going to be ones that we also have to watch. I think they will be a little more spotty. The ones that are moving, but this is the actual cold front itself right back here that's moving through. So these are the storms that are actually out ahead of this that we're dealing with right now. They're out ahead of the cold front. And then we've got some storms that are on the cold front itself that are continuing to develop. I'm just, at this point, I'm not sure how unstable the atmosphere still is. I think we still have some instability. I mean, we had a lot of it today going into this. But the question will be is, how unstable is the atmosphere once this first little batch of storms move through compared to later on this afternoon? And we did have one strong tornado just a little while ago, but still have to keep an eye on some of these over the next few hours, that's for sure. Hey, Arctic on VR, we're watching you. Thanks for watching on YouTube. I see your comment asking about Harrisburg, Illinois. Right now, storm to your south and to your southwest. Both, neither one of those have a severe thunderstorm warning on them. Could produce some small hail, some gusty winds, and a little bit of heavy rain briefly, and some thunder, some lightning. For you in Harrisburg, and I think for areas really, I'll say north of Metropolis right now, we'll have to watch some of these storms that are developing to the west, but appreciate you asking the question. Appreciate you joining me this afternoon. Alex asking about the cap. We've been talking a lot about that the last couple of days. And, today we had a little bit of a cap this morning, but nothing like what we had yesterday. That cap is a warm layer in the atmosphere. About 5,000 feet up, anywhere from about 5,000 to 8,000 feet up. And we go back to the basics of science that warm air rises. If there's cold air aloft, there's warm air down here at the ground, it's going to rise up into that cold air. But if there's another warm air, if there's some warm air that's aloft, that warm air starts to rise up and it hits that next warm layer and it doesn't keep going up. It stops going up. We call that the cap. So sometimes that can suppress storm activity. It's what we had around here yesterday. Again, we had some of that around this morning that's helped suppress some storm activity locally. But with the amount of storms that we've got going on right now, the cap was really not nearly as big of an issue today as what it was around yesterday. Okay, I'm going to go back down to this storm. This is the one continues to show. Gosh, we've got a really strong updraft with this storm. We'll center Kentucky right now. And Kevel. Kimberly saying that you watched the power pole fall on your son and his girlfriend's car while they were heading to the work at Ison and Heron. We must have had some really gusty winds. Maybe the outflow, some of the rain-cooled air getting pushed out ahead of there. Let me see if I can find... Gosh, yeah, some of the reports, some of the pictures we're getting in right now from Barlow, Kentucky, baseball-sized hail coming in as this storm's moving eastward. Guys, I'll tell you what, that is the stuff that's heading into Metropolis and Brookport here shortly. So again, friends, if you've got friends in Metropolis, you've got friends in Brookport, that's actually what I'm doing right now. I'm texting a good friend of mine down in Metropolis saying, hey, you need to be aware if there's some really big hail coming in with this storm. Millie asking, I'm in the middle of nowhere between Thompsonville and Benton and McLeansboro. It's really too early. Again, we've still got a little ways to go through. Millie, appreciate you joining me this afternoon, but we still got a little ways with some of these storms to move through on the backside of this. This is with the cold front. We'll have to be watching these over the next few hours as they begin to push east and southeast. Darcy asking, saying that their spot is in Hardin County. Would she be safe to drive here now, or is it too late? You know, I think you've probably got an hour or two where you might have to deal with some heavy rain, but I think at least you've got an hour or two to get from Marion to Hardin County if you need to before some of these stronger storms on the backside move through. Yeah, that hail core is going to be extremely close to the radar site. Maybe just head to the north of it again. Metropolis, Brookport, that storm that's getting ready to move through your area has produced baseball. That's right, baseball-sized hail as it's been tracking eastward. So very, very large hail with this storm. So Metropolis, Brookport, and baseball-sized hail and things like that, they produce. That produces more than just a little damage on your roof. That knocks out windshields. That really starts doing a lot of damage to siding and damage to homes and damage to cars as well. So again, if you need, I'm telling you, in Brookport, Paducah right now, Metropolis, if you can put your car under something, overpass, not a great place to be. Put your car in a carport or in the garage or something like that. You should do so because this storm is producing some extremely large hail. Further north, gosh, these storms just not very impressive right now. One back here in southeast Missouri, Fort Farmington continues to show some strength. There is one currently just north of Cutler and moving into western sections of Perry County. It's going to track pretty close to Pinckneyville, maybe closer to Tamaroa, but that storm also may have some hail with it in a few spots. Those are the two right now further north that have shown some strength for some reason. I mean, sometimes we don't know. Some of these storms a little further to the south have struggled to hold their strength. From the one that's just south of Marion to the one to the south and east of Harrisburg, both of those storms have struggled just a bit to hold their strength. Well, that view was just a little too wide for you. They're asking a good question about why isn't it safe to park under an overpass, especially with there's multiple reasons for that. The main one, and depending on what kind of storm you're in, but main one for parking under overpasses, there has been some research that has shown that it can actually funnel wind through there, depending on the orientation. So you can actually see stronger winds under an overpass than you would not being under an overpass. Additionally, parking under an overpass, especially on a major highway, also creates some issues because you might be parking under there during a really strong thunderstorm and visibility is reduced. And if somebody just gets off the side of the road, or it's real easy, it can cause another accident as well. So, highly recommend not parking under overpasses during severe weather. Somebody asking, I think somebody answered any of the questions there, but Mariah asking about the pink spot right there, that's the radar itself. So the radar beam does not shoot straight up. It shoots out to the side. So there is a hole right there that shows up. So that's actually the radar where it sits just to the west of Paducah out at Barkley Regional Airport. Getting a pretty good glimpse of the storm though, because again, we're sampling extremely low. Trying to see what the, yeah, so we're still seeing sampling this pretty low. Still a strong storm, but I don't think at this point it probably still has a tornado on the ground, but is still producing very, very large hail. How long before the worst part of the storm reaches Paducah? Probably 5 minutes. If you're, yeah, probably about 5 minutes or so before the worst part of the storm reaches Paducah. And I'm just looking at some of the newer modeling that's coming in, seeing what we see. Some of this, one of the things I think what we're seeing right now is you guys keep telling me that we've got a lot of sunshine, so I'm going to try looking at satellite real quick. See, because one of the concerns I also have this afternoon is that we've got these first storms that are moving through, but if we're going to see some sunshine poke its way through the clouds, and we haven't had a lot of rain in some areas, that I'm wondering if we don't see the atmosphere have enough in it to still destabilize a little bit here through this afternoon. Let's slide back over. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about here real fast. And so this is satellite here, and see the big storms that rolled through this afternoon. There they are. Then we had a corridor where we didn't have as many storms, and some of that was right along Route 13. So I wonder if we get to that, back to that last frame. There's the storms firing up. And then as we get into this afternoon, you can see them roll through. We've got some clearing moving on the back side of this. And I actually wonder if we don't have some destabilization going on that's going to help some of these storms here over the next couple of hours. So they really did. You're right, Alex. Right now, so far, the storms have really died. I will say, don't let your guard down on this storm here. So the two right now to watch, back to radar. The two to watch, one moved into Paducah, Brookport, Metropolis, very large hail, potentially a tornadic storm, at least one that has a history of producing a tornado. And then the other one is here in St. Genevieve County as well. And the track on that storm, let's put that back in motion. Track on that storm, that's a supercell. So right now it's got a severe thunderstorm warning on it. But the hook that I'm watching develop on the south side of that will be something to watch. Notice where this one is. This one's a little further north. So the atmosphere still showing a lot of instability, even further to the north. So Chester, severe thunderstorm warning there, but Chester, Rockwood, I think that severe thunderstorm warning might be just a hair further to the north there. So Chester, Rockwood, eventually in northwest Jackson County, potentially into southwest Perry County here in just a bit. Little blip there showing up on radar. That one held. That one had a little tried to strengthen, but never really could get going. That one just passing north of Pinckneyville and heading over towards Tamaroa and Boy, and we'll be moving towards Waltonville shortly. Not a severe thunderstorm, but by any means, but just some shower, maybe a little bit of lightning with that one. But I really think this guy here, Paducah, that thing is getting ready to hit you pretty hard. And then I've got growing concern about that storm further to the northwest. Got a lot of concern about that storm to the northwest. That thing is growing quickly. Gosh, that is a big, big storm that's going to be pushing just to the north of Perryville here in just a bit. That is a I think we're going to see a tornado warning come out with this one very, very shortly. Expect that here in just a minute or two, I bet. And I bet you that that tornado warning at least carries into northern Perry County. We'll start to get into some a little information for all of you guys at home. But one of the things that you'll see here is you've got a National Weather Service office in St. Louis and you've got one in Paducah. The lines between where those two meet, their office boundaries, are right where this storm is heading. So St. Genevieve County in southeast Missouri and Randolph County, so Chester, Sparta, are all in the St. Louis, under St. Louis's control for the National Weather Service. Further to the south, Perry County in southeast Missouri, so Perryville, Jackson County, so Ava, Campbell Hill, and then northward to Perry County in southern Illinois, Pinckneyville, DuQuoin. All of those are under the Paducah National Weather Service territory. So there will be some coordination, I would imagine, right here where we start seeing a new tornado warning coming out with this shortly. The new tornado warning for areas further to the south, far southern Massac County, far southern Pope County, does include Brookport, Paducah. Very, very far south part of Pope County on this one. But Brookport, Paducah, again, very strong storm. History of producing a tornado here just a little while ago. April, yeah, let me know how big the hail is there in Brookport. Appreciate your comment. I would bet that you might get some golf ball sized hail out of this storm as it moves Brookport and Paducah here in just a bit. And again, that is enough to be concerned with, and enough that it can do a lot of damage to cars. It can do a lot of damage to vehicles and homes. And if we had any reports as that was going through. Golf ball sized hail. Lots of golf ball sized hail reports coming out with this one. Okay, seeing that the Heron Fire Department, this was what you guys were talking about just a little while ago. The Heron Fire Department had some gusty winds saying that they had scattered wires down in the Heron Energy area. The Marion Airport, the Veterans Airport of Southern Illinois, recorded a 55-mile-per-hour wind gust just a little while ago. So that was actually outside of a severe thunderstorm. Really interesting, but we likely had some that We had some gusty winds from some of the rain-cooled air, maybe an outflow boundary came out from one of these storms. Yeah, David asking about when they're done. Again, I think everything pretty much will clear the area by 9 p.m. That's clearing all the way to the Ohio River. Let's get through these storms over the next couple of hours that are moving from basically back out. These are the two storms that I'm most concerned with at this point. We've got to get through these. We're probably going to see a few more develop out ahead of them as well. Once those move through, behind it, things are much clearer, and we expect things to quiet down pretty quickly. So now to 8 o'clock prime time, and then maybe up to 9 o'clock in some of our far southeastern counties, Gallatin, Hardin, and Pope. Maybe as late as 9 o'clock before this gets out of here, guys. Really surprised right now that we don't have a tornado warning on the storm. That is, they're really keeping an eye on this one. And I think this is the one that really has some potential. If this thing holds together, it could big hail and potentially rotation as well. Very strong updraft though with that storm. Really not a lot to there we go. New tornado warning there issued for that one. Talking about the differences between the offices. And so we're going to probably see a tornado warning that's going to be issued for this one. That will also include Perry County and Southeast Missouri. Looking through reports to see if there is anything here. I'm also going to go back over to see if we've got any kind of waiting on them to see what they're going to end up doing here with this storm. And this is just technically out of my coverage area. But let's go ahead and put a storm track on this. Speed, they've got it listed at about 59 miles per hour. Yeah, J.R. Russell. Hey, J.R., how are you? I hope you're doing all right. Buddy, we're going to take this 59 miles per hour on the fast side. So, give you an idea, some southern Illinois communities that would be close to this storm if it continues its strength. Pull that over so you guys can actually see those times. You'd be looking at Rockwood, that's right there just to the north of the levee on Route 3. And Campbell Hill, that's in northwest Jackson County, Virgins. Soto, north of Carbondale. Elkville. Really think this might have more of a path towards Elkville and DuQuoin. But again, tornado warning just to the west of those areas. Right now, Elkville, Dowell, Ava, Campbell Hill. Not under a warning yet, but this is a storm that has shown a lot of strength over the last couple of radar scans. Sue asking, is Benton in for a line of bad storms later? Again, you know, we'll keep an eye on some of these storms to your west. This one right now, really watch this one as we're keeping an eye on as it moves across southeast Missouri and again ready to cross the Mississippi River shortly. There you go, new severe thunderstorm warning. There's the National Weather Service office in Paducah coordinating and adding that tornado warning further to the south. So that storm that you just saw, the red box plotted in there, will be the one that we really have to keep an eye on as it's shown, again, a very explosive growth here over the last few minutes. All right, let's clear that out of here. Back out. Notice there's a couple of more storms out to the west as well that have developed. So I don't think we're out of the woods yet. The amount of energy that was in the atmosphere this afternoon was pretty intense. So it just means that we've got a lot more storms that are likely going to be moving through until this cold front clears the region. We've got this threat for strong storms and potentially some storms that could produce very large hail and tornadoes. Really, that's right now. Those are the two biggest threats that I'm concerned with here over the next couple of hours still. Go back in on the storm to the south. Massac County, Brookport, eastward. Very, very large hail. April, do you mind? I didn't see your report come through. Do you know how large the hail was there, April, in the Brookport area as it was moving through? So that storm will be crossing the Ohio River back into Kentucky here shortly. So that's moving through Brookport now. April is one of the ones that was commenting here saying that they had a lot of hail moving through. Things now are starting to calm down just a bit. But that storm will be crossing the far southern tip. So Kincaid Mounds is right back down in here. And then this will be moving towards Smithland, Kentucky here in just a bit. So I think that the threat is over for you right now in Metropolis and Brookport, at least from the storm that just moved through. Turn our attention back to the storm to the north. That's one that's really grabbing my attention. There's a couple more storms also developing in northwest Jackson County as well. If you see me turn my camera off for a second and you hear my sound go away, I'm still with you. Just probably don't want to hear me taking a drink. So give me just a second. I'm going to take a quick drink and then I'll be right back on camera here. All right. So for everybody that is just joining me this afternoon, and appreciate just everybody staying with me. I know that it's been kind of a long day already, and we've been on streaming for probably about an hour and a half, maybe a little older than that. But you know, watching a lot of these storms, we knew it was going to be an active day. It has been so far. Just a little while ago, we had the tornado that was on camera in just to the north of Sikeston, Missouri, and it was a pretty large tornado that was captured on video. We had that live on air here. Bit of a break as one round moves to the east, and now we're going to turn our attention to the actual cold front itself. And we've seen a couple more storms develop on that. And again, new tornado warning that does include Perry County, Missouri, and we'll be crossing this storm very quickly into Jackson County. So, friends in Jackson County, and I'm really right now going to say Ava, Campbell Hill, Gorham areas, DeSoto, Carbondale. Keep it a close eye. Murfreesboro, you guys need to keep a close eye on this storm. Again, we don't have a tornado confirmed yet on the ground with this one, but this storm has really rapidly developed. It's likely has some very large hail with it. And I'm going to try to get the camera back. Perryville. Over there. This is a live view from Perryville. If you're familiar with this area, this is right at the exit ramps of I-55 in Perryville. So this storm is probably the core of this storm. I'm trying to get my bearings here, but I think that this is actually looking to the west. Brian asking, is it over for Southern Illinois? No, it's not. I know we had a few storms already move through, but this storm here, just that we were just talking about, this storm is still very strong. We've got a few more storms a little further to the south, but this is the one that's really grabbed my attention here most recently. I won't at all be surprised if we end up with a back to radar. If we end up with a tornado from this storm here fairly soon. Really looking right back in this area. That's where the rotation is. So storm track on that. A little bit more of a southward move. More of a southward movement over the last little bit. South part of that storm track. You can see the communities listed here. Perryville, Gorham, Nunert, Jacob. Further to the north, Cora, Murfreesboro, Oroville area, Ava, Campbell Hill, all of these areas may be pretty close to where this rotation is going to be here in just a bit. So if you're asking, is Southern Illinois over? Is the severe weather over for Southern Illinois? The answer is no. That storm, again, just between Chester and Perryville is where it's going to pass. That storm's a very strong storm, though. Gosh. Further to the south, we've got a few more now that are severe thunderstorm warned as well. These are still a little ways off. I have a feeling they're going to take a similar path to some of the strong storms just a little while ago, and that makes me think that maybe they will not hold their strength. but at the same time, yeah, because these are tracking almost the same path. So we'll keep an eye on them for sure. There's a couple more storms developing out of this main one as well, but I think the main updraft is still the one here again. That's going to be pushing into. I'm going to go ahead. I'll be with you guys here, but over to see what the hail size is on. Yeah, there's some really large hail on this storm. What I'm going to do is actually I'm going to send out a custom push notification. This is one of the things that I love about one of the reasons when, hey, I decided I was going to get my own app and have my own app on this. That hey, let's do this, and let's. I want to be able to send out custom push notifications and give folks a heads up of what might be heading their way. And that's what we're going to do here with this one. So again, if you are just joining me, Strong Storm, just west and northwest of Perryville, Missouri, and we'll be moving into western Jackson County here in just a bit. Right now, no warning yet for Jackson County, but this is an extremely impressive storm. I have a feeling we're very close to seeing a tornado with this storm. Additionally, some extremely large hail getting ready, it looks like, to move into the Chester area here over the next couple of minutes. So if you've got, again, family that lives in these areas, you need to give them a heads up of what's going on, because this is a storm that, again, has really shown a lot of strength over the last little bit. I'm giving a heads up to folks in or southern Randolph County, and then into Jackson County as well. Okay, so I'm going to send that out to everybody now in the path of that one. So if you live in the path of that one, you should be receiving a push notification on the Nick Housen weather app right now. Brian Williams asking path for the tornado warning. I think that's going to be right back here. We're going to go ahead and take that right through here. So watch the track on this. Almost due east. Be the path on this. I'm going to go back over to that camera here and just might get a pretty good view of this thing. Freeze, what they've got on it is a solution. There you go. There's the times and where it would be heading. There's the track on it. Again, no tornado warning yet for Jackson County, but I think that we're going to see a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning come out for Jackson County here in just a bit. Yeah, I think we're very close to seeing a tornado right now with this storm. Very strong updraft with this. All right, I'm going to slide back over to that camera and see if we can. Okay, go back over to that camera. This is the live view from Perryville, Missouri at I-55. Tornado warned storm here. In Perryville, Missouri right now. This would be a storm that's going to move into western Jackson County in just a bit. A lot of indication that that this storm may be very close to producing a tornado, if not already producing a. Watching this, we might be seeing some of the lowering. It's hard to see, really hard to tell here. Stay right here on this camera for a few minutes. We caught a tornado on one of the MoDOT cameras just a little while ago. That was just to the north of Sikeston, Missouri, and that storm, again, continued to produce a tornado for quite a while. Guys, I'll tell you what, Rockwood, Ava, Campbell Hill, Gorham, these areas, northern Jackson County bottoms right now, they are going to see some huge hail from this storm as it moves in. There it is. Look at that. You can see the wall cloud spinning. On that camera, just on the right side there. If you look closely, that's a wall cloud. Rain moving in from the west there. Probably going to lose that shot here for a second. Brian Martinez asking about Route 13 missing it. They have so far. Not done with it, though. This is a storm still to the west and northwest of that area of Route 13. So this storm still has to move through. Very strong storm. Has shown no signs of weakening anytime soon. We'll keep an eye on this, but again, right now I think Gorham, Ava, Campbell Hill, northward, Jacob, and then from Murfreesboro northward to Oroville. Very, very strong storm moving your way. Okay, I'm going to go back to radar here so you guys can see that and kind of show you what I'm talking about here. So again, if you are just joining me, I know there's a lot of folks, first little round of storms move through. Hey, we're in the clear. Not so much. Not today, not with this one. Some of these storms moving through, still producing some, but this one, gosh, really concerned with this and the path on it as well, where we're seeing this head. I think we are going to see, I would expect the next tornado warning to be issued for Gorham and Murfreesboro is where I would expect it. It probably will stretch a little further north than that, but I would imagine that the next tornado warning, that's where it's going to be. In fact, I'm going to reach out to a friend of mine in Murfreesboro and let him know right now as well. Wow. asking about, there was a lot of high school graduations, and I don't know that there's a right answer or a wrong answer for how each school district handles it. I went in as, I'll tell you a little bit of what I do. I've had a lot of school administrators reach out to me over the last couple of days, and I've worked with a lot of them. I don't feel it's my place to tell them what to do or how to respond to severe weather moving into the area. I give the forecast. I say, hey, here's what I expect. And this is the timing that I expect it to be. I let the school administrators, that's up to them on what they want to do. Some cancel, some do not. Some move things, some do not. Again, I don't know that there's a right answer on how it all plays out. So that's, I work with a lot of them and appreciate all they do and appreciate the opportunity as well. Okay. So very strong storm. I actually wonder, back to that. I lost that one. The camera. Kind of hoping we could see it from a different angle. But this is, gosh, what a strong storm. All right, so new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for the northern part of this storm. I won't be surprised if we end up, and that's for 1.25 inch sized hail, by the way, so extremely large hail with this. I think we're going to see, a bit surprised we don't have a tornado warning still on the southern side of this thing. Right now, the National Weather Service office in Paducah is getting flooded with a lot of reports of very large hail. That's from that storm that right now is moving through western Kentucky. You can kind of see down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. The National Weather Service office getting flooded with a ton of reports. It's just anywhere from seeing some pictures that are coming through here of baseball-sized hail that was falling in parts of western Kentucky here just a few minutes ago. Seeing a lot of reports of dime to quarter-sized hail right now in Perryville. So I'm going to, my focus is on this bottom and right-hand corner storm. I'm going to stop talking about that one for a while. It's really moving out of what I consider to be our area that we talk about. We are going to once again hone right in on the storm to the north. And again, that does include Jackson County now. Gorham. So very strong storm here. Again, moving through. Catch up on some of your guys' comments here as well. So the northern part of Jackson County is the one right now that's really seeing this move through shortly. So Murfreesboro, Gorham, again, there it is. West Frankfort saying just some thunder. Thanks for the cute comment, Susan. We appreciate that. Appreciate all your guys' comments, by the way. It's been very active today, and appreciate everybody that's joined me this afternoon. I can't tell you how much it really means to be able to kind of still do this and to kind of chat with you guys and work with you guys through the severe weather. But again, this is the storm we're probably going to be most focused on for the next hour or two at least. See what it does as it moves eastward. There are some storms a little further to the south and west here towards Greenville, Missouri, and back just to the south of Marquand, Madison County, Wayne County, and getting ready to move into Boulder County. But right now, those are going to follow a similar path to some stronger storms just a little while ago. So it will not be surprising at all to me if we see these lose strength a little down in the southwest or left bottom hand corner of your screen. But this area further to the north is really untapped right now, so we haven't seen some of the strong storms move through here. So severe thunderstorm warning right now for Jackson County, northern part of the county. Very large hail possible. And National Weather Service saying up to golf ball sized hail is a possibility. Some of these storms, $50 size. Trying to answer is some of the questions while we've got just a slight break from some of this before things start to really ramp back up. Also trying to kind of go through and every once in a while, guys, we see some spam come through and spam comments. If you ever see something like that and they drop a link in it, let me know and I'll try to get rid of it as much as possible. Try to do my best to keep as much spam out of the comment section as I can. Sometimes, let me tell you, it can be a little challenging. All right, Steve asking, does it look like more severe stuff going to go north and south of Harrisburg and Marion area? You know, this storm, the current path would take it pretty close to Carbondale, Marion. We'll see how what it does when it moves eastward, but you know, don't let your guard down yet on this one. As this one could be a pretty nasty storm. Taylor asking about West Frankfort, worried about the Perryville storm. It'll be close. Put that back in motion. Maybe this will help you out, and I'll zoom out just a little bit so you can see West Frankfort right here. Notice northern side of this storm is going to be pretty close to West Frankfort. The hail core is kind of on the northern side. I think the tornadic side of things will probably stay south of that. But right now, I really do think that the biggest concern is going to be large hail and potentially a tornado with this one. Coin, hey Cheryl, how are you? I think this storm, you're going to get some rain, some of the overshooting tops, some of the blow up on the north side of it. I really think that this storm is probably going to stay south of you in DuQuoin though right now. Nicole asking about Heron. This storm's going to be really close to you guys in Heron when it moves that way. Again, it's still a little ways off storm track on it. I think we've been moving at 55 miles an hour on this. But that takes it out for the next hour. Go somewhere like that. Just talking about times that we're going to, the hour at the end of this. Next hour would take that 28 at the end here, close to the end. So time there, I know you're asking about Heron, Nicole, so Heron would be about 6:08, about a half hour or so. If you are if you are in Western Jackson County, I'm very familiar with that area, and I understand that it's a fairly rural area. But if you're in Gorham or if you're north of that, especially right now, let me know what you're seeing. Noonert, bottoms up down in a restaurant down in this area as well, and like maybe this can be pretty close to Kincaid Lake. Well, there's the update, recent update, and gosh. So the hail core actually strengthened on this. Morgan saying we're on 127 in between Murphy and Alto. if you're in between Murphy and Alto, this core and this hail core is probably going to be north of you. Depending on how close you are to Murfreesboro, though, you'll have to watch the back end of this. Again, we are still seeing strong rotation, in my opinion, right back here. And I don't know if we're going to see a tornado warning issued. I'm actually a bit surprised we haven't seen a tornado warning issued yet for Jackson County. Okay, hearing from a friend of mine at Kincaid Lake right now saying that saying not much here yet. They are getting a little bit of rain. It looks like. Ashley, reporting Kincaid Spillway right now has hail falling. Do you know, Ashley, if you don't mind sharing how big the hail is there that's falling at Kincaid Lake? If you could compare it to the size of coins, that would be great. Or at the spillway. This is a really intense supercell. Kelsey asking, how's DeSoto looking? This storm's going to be moving your way here shortly, so I think the biggest threat you're going to have from it is likely going to be large hail, but we could see some very large hail from this storm as it makes its way to DeSoto, Murfreesboro. Folks asking about Thompsonville. I see you're going to try to pronounce it, but Eliana Field. Appreciate your comment asking there as well. This storm, you might get some thunder and some lightning from this thing. I think the core of this storm is probably going to stay to the south of you. I really think that right now the motion is, I'll try to put that back on the screen. I can. I think the motion is going to be more southeast. So again, Soto, Heron. I would include Marion in that, but if we've seen anything here recently, it's been more to the south and east. Kind of texting some friends in a couple different spots that are in the path of this one. Trying to look exactly where we're going to be seeing this. I got a lot of friends in Murfreesboro and Carbondale and DeSoto, and a lot of friends in Heron and Marion as well. Okay, going through some of the reports, just seeing if we have anything. Again, if you're seeing this, you've got Grand Tower, no rain. Can hear a lot of thunder to the north. Yeah, this storm's just north of you guys, Kevin, and Grand Tower. Asking Jody, is there tornado warning with this or just hail right now in Heron? Right now, actually, Heron's not under any warning. But what I'm showing you is that the path of this storm, trying to give you as much heads up as I can. Even texting some friends of mine in Heron right now that actually and saying, hey, like, you might want to move your cars inside and get them inside because when this one moves through, it might have some pretty large hail with it if it holds together. Yeah, so this is where the hail is here. And what we might be seeing, so sometimes it's difficult to determine how big the hail is, whereas we can determine maybe sometimes the radar is picking up on just a lot of hail, or it's picking up on big hail. Sometimes it's difficult to differentiate between the two, but that's kind of where the hail core is on this one right now. And I'll go ahead and put that into motion again. Yeah. So there it is. Right now, passing just north of Gorham. I'm going to zoom in again. So the largest hail is probably due for a new radar scan back to see where we're at. Where you see the pinks here showing up, pinks and purples. Yeah, so there's the newest radar scan that came in. So this is just to the north of Gorham. Really nasty storm. Actually, the latest. Well, some good news here. I've got some good news and some bad news. We're not seeing as much rotation with this storm as what we saw a little while ago. That's the good news. So right now, this storm, the reason we have just a severe thunderstorm warning on it, we had some rotation when we were back near Perryville. That's why we had the tornado warning. The bad news is that this thing has an extremely strong updraft, and we are seeing some very, very large hail that is being produced from this storm, potentially. Got a notification from, there we go, new tornado warning just plotted in. Thanks, guys. You guys were actually beating me to it, so apologize for that, Diane and Megan and Riley. There we go, though. It just went off. It's actually beating my map. So we've got some rotation. I'm not going to deny that. It's just not as strong as what it was just a little while ago. The good news is, again, is that maybe, you need to take this seriously, but Gorham to maybe just south of Murfreesboro to Carbondale, that's where we're going to see the tornado threat. The north side of Murfreesboro, the Oroville area right now to Murfreesboro to DeSoto to Hurst is where we're going to see the main hail threat and potentially some very large hail with this. So again, friends, DeSoto, that you guys are going to be in the hail here. Meanwhile, further to the south, Gorham, Murfreesboro, Carbondale, really, I think is going to be the threat here. If we see a tornado or we see the threat of a tornado, it's going to be in that area. That rotation is starting to come back here very quickly, though. Go back and zoom in on that. I'm going to take the severe thunderstorm warning off of here real quick so you guys can kind of focus just on the tornado warning. That is right back into this area. So back to just move through the Gorham area. Here. Okay, so there's the track on it. A lot of these communities, when you start talking about once you get past Carbondale on this list of communities, and you've got Carterville, Craneville, Energy, Marion. Right now, you're not under a warning. You're in Williamson County. You're not under a warning. Same with further down the list. When you get Creel Springs, New Burnside, Stone Fork, Carrier Mills, you're not in a warning right now. But watch this storm, because as it moves eastward, this storm has not shown any signs of weakening right now anytime soon. But as the storm moves eastward, this is the track that it's likely going to take. Somewhere in that cone, the red cone there, that is likely the track it's going to take here over the next hour. Really, the end of this track, and out a little bit better. The end of this track is 6:40. So expecting this to move through the Marion area, say at, got it here at 6:29. So current motion, current time of this storm would put this into Marion or close to it. We're talking about an area of rotation here, close to it at about 6:30. So again, that's roughly about a half hour. Kara, how big's the, if you've got hail, if you're in Murfreesboro right now and we're watching the hail come down, can you, if you don't mind providing me with an estimate of how big that hail is, just helps us out a little bit. I would say no, it hasn't passed from Murfreesboro. I'm going to zoom back in real quick because I know it's hitting you guys right now. Another radar scan in here shortly. A friend of mine sending me a video of some hail falling right now in Murfreesboro. Kara saying dime, here seeing dime size, lots of dime sized. Gonna throw the severe thunderstorm warnings back on here. Megan asking what's happening in Carbondale. We are still seeing storm that potentially is showing some rotation. Also, really large hail. I think the hail core is probably going to be on the north side of Carbondale, between DeSoto and Carbondale. That's where I expect that to pass. Passing some of your reports along right now in from Murfreesboro. Garrett asking, is there a debris signature? No, I don't think so yet. I'm not really seeing that at this point. Let me switch over and show you that here as well. So asking if there was a debris signature showing up or anything like that here. I don't see one in here at this point, but again, what we're seeing is a storm that is producing some rotation right back in here that just moved through the Gorham area, continues to move eastward. And I would say that right now the rotation associated with this storm is passing just to the south of Murfreesboro is where that's going to be. Try to throw on some of the state routes there so you guys can see those as well. That might help you out. So Route 3 right over here looks like this is going to pass, and then just to the south of Murfreesboro. This is 127 that runs north and south through here. Yes, if you're in Murfreesboro, you should take cover. I would say if you're in Carbondale, especially right now, you should be taking cover. Okay. How close to I think the hail, Leslie, for you and Ava Road, the hail's going to be falling for you from you. The area of rotation that we're most concerned about, the potential for a tornado, and is not going to be near Ava Road. That's going to be south of you. Might also be seeing some extremely strong straight line winds with this storm as well. Goes back over to reflectivity, but the back side of this thing really producing, but we've got just a really impressive updraft on this storm still. Yeah, Leslie, I would tell them to hold off heading to Marion for a little while. Let this storm pass. It won't take real long. It'll take a little while, but you know, give it 30 minutes, and you know this storm's going to be. They're going to be coming in behind it. Sirens going off north of Route 13, Reed Station. I imagine sirens right now are going off for many in Jackson County, Carbondale in particular, Murdale area. Probably basically from the airport south, Jackson County, I would imagine there's a lot of sirens going off. This warning does not stretch all the way down to McCanda. This storm is probably going to pass between McCanda and Carbondale, at least their area of rotation. Again, the hail core is going to be on the northern side of this. Hail side. Should be getting an update there from that pretty soon. Yeah, getting a lot of some video of some dime-sized hail falling right now. That's in out of Kincaid Lake. Video that just came through. A friend of mine there. In this storm, current track rotation part of it, Carbondale, and then eventually it would push eastward. Heads up for folks in Heron. Heron, you're probably going to see some pretty, at least quite a bit of hail, if not some larger hail. Move your way here in just a bit. Meanwhile, further to the south, my concern is going to be more with the potential for some rotation from the storm. I would say from Carterville eastward to Marion, or in that area. Crab Orchard Refuge, National Wildlife Refuge. I think all of these areas right here could be potentially be in the path of this storm if it continues to show the rotation that it has here over the last bit. But really not seeing any signs that we're going to see this thing weaken anytime soon. Might be seeing some really strong straight line winds. Thanks, Troy, for the report. Appreciate that. Golf ball sized hail on Old 13 in Murphy. Passing that report along real quick. Thane asking, Harrisburg, no, you're not in a warning right now. You've still got a long ways until this storm would get to you. If it takes you, I will tell you that if you live in Harrisburg, like yourself, if it takes you a while to get there, or it takes you a while you maybe live in a mobile home or a trailer, you may want to consider as this storm, I don't see this thing weakening anytime real soon, and potentially could track pretty close to that here over the next couple of hours, at least the next hour, I would say. All right, I'm going to zoom back out. I don't want to miss out on anything going on a little further south as well. All right, same storms, same path here we had just a little while ago. Also, the next storm coming in right behind that one. Watch that. Need to watch that one as well over into Perry County in southeast Missouri. I think if you're in Mount Vernon, I think if you're in Pinckneyville, I'll check in on this here in just a few minutes. But at this point, I think that the threat for severe weather, and I'd even say probably from Du Quoin. Okay, before I say that out loud, let me look in here. Got a few things. But I think that really what we're going to see over the next couple of hours is this line of storms. I really think from Sparta to Pinckneyville and Mount Vernon that the main threat for storms is over for you. Really, again, I think that once we see these clusters of storms move through, things are going to quiet down just a bit. You can see where the boundary is. Alien in Craneville. Yep, there it comes. I'm actually surprised they don't have a warning out yet for Williamson County. Got to be coming here very shortly. Honestly, I get questions like this sometimes, and Crystal, it's a good question. To be honest, I know it's much between Marion and Pittsburgh. There's not going to be much difference on this one. It's really hard to tell. This is a strong storm moving your way, one way or another. Really strong storm, though, and I'm going to actually go ahead and tell my family, Marion, just to kind of get a heads up now that that at least we need to be kind of heads up about this storm moving our way. Back in motion again, just kind of watching the storm track on this one. DeSoto getting quarter-sized hail right now, so we are getting some reports still there on the north side of things. Guys, are you? Is my feed freezing on you a little bit? The reason I'm asking, I'm getting a couple people saying that the feed's starting to freeze on them just a bit. So let me know if it is. Don't mind. I think we're going to see some new tornado warnings coming down the road here shortly. Lena saying, nope, going all right. Okay, good. If you don't mind, I'm going to step out for just a second. And actually, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to tell my wife, kind of give her a heads up that, I'll tell you, I'm in Marion, so going to give her a heads up that, hey, there's going to be a tornado warning that might be coming down the pipe for you guys. So, you know, it takes us a minute to get next door to our friends and our family, or, you know, to gather our family together and head down next door to a storm shelter. So I just at least want to give her a heads up that that might be something that they have to do. Give me just a second, and I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Tornado warning just issued. Let's get this back in here. It needs one plotted in here. Tornado warning was just issued for Williamson County. There we go. We got it back in here. I apologize for the delay on that. If my internet was dropping out, if that was on, whose end that was on. But here we go. I'm going to pull everything back up. I was just letting my wife know and letting my family know that, hey, big storm heading in. Takes us a minute to head next door. So, you know, hey, if you need to do that, may want to consider. But I hear the sirens going off right now in Marion, getting quite a few reports. There's quarter-sized hail in Carbondale, now northwest size, sirens going off again there. Really large hail coming in as well, quarter-sized hail. Carterville, Heron, probably going to pass pretty close to Marion as well. I think that the rotation that's going to be associated with this cell is really going to be the putting, guys, let me know if it's freezing on you. I'll try to see what we can do on that end. No sound still. Siren going off. Can't hear anything. I'm gonna open my window here real fast. Guys still have sound. We're good back now. I think we're good. Okay. Okay. Bing ball sized hail. I'm seeing a couple reports there. That might be the north side of there. Hail getting lofted. So again, we've been talking about this storm for a while. Hoping we have sound back. We should. Making sure that we've got sound. All right, so we've got sound back. Everything should be good. All right. Storm moving in now from the west. Again, very large hail falling from Heron to Carterville. Get ready, Johnston City, White Ash to Marion. Large hail coming in. That's probably going to be on the north side of town. Again, if you are... There you go. Okay, so tornado warning again for Marion, Crab Orchard Lake. I'm going to say that this tornado radar indicated right now. We could see, if we're going to see a tornado on this, it's going to be probably on the south side of Marion. Yeah, I'm going to say it's probably going to be on the south side of Marion is where we're at. The area, I'm trying to think here, from, we'll say from General Dynamics southward to where 148 intersects with I-57 and then Route 37. So possibly the north side of Lake of Egypt is where the tornadic part of this is going to be. The storm, again, the tornadic part of this storm, and it does have quite a hook on it right now, is going to be pushing on the south side of Marion. So if you're joining me now, again, south side of Marion is where we are really most focused. Going to, and there is some, don't have a confirmed tornado or anything like that on the ground, but this is the area of rotation is likely going to be just on the south side here. Let me stop this just a bit. Right back in here. And then that will be moving eastward. So again, north side of Lake of Egypt, the Williamson County part of that. And then Creel Springs. 166, basically so from Creel Springs to just to the north of Creel. I would say that those are going to be the areas that we're most likely going to see a potential tornado on the ground. I'm going to try to type out some things here. I'm also going to try to send out a push notification to some folks downstream. Well, seeing some power flashing. See if I can respond to some of you guys. Here we go. So south side of Marion. Okay, so trying to respond to as many as I can. Folks further to the west, Carbondale, I'm not going to tell you you're in the clear yet, but we do have some more strong storms. Gosh, gee whiz, off to the west. Carbondale, at least you get a bit of a break for here for a bit. Watch some of these storms to your north and west, especially this one right now, once again, western Jackson County. Not a warning on it, but another supercell that's right there. So watch that one. Again, I think at least from the main storm here that we're most concentrated on, that threat has passed you in Carbondale. Hail and Heron by the Hucks there. Appreciate all these reports coming in. Going to zoom back out just a bit. There is another storm to the south also. But really, let's zoom in on this storm. So, all right, north side of Marion, Carterville, Heron. You guys are right now getting pelted with hail. Let me know what you're seeing there. Johnston City, if you're not seeing the hail yet, it is coming to you, okay? Pittsburgh, the hail is coming to you. Marion, the hail, look, I just heard it outside my window. There I go. I'm in Marion. I've got the hail starting to fall here. I just heard a piece hit the roof and heard a piece hit the windowsill. Some of this hail could be upwards. They're saying 2-inch hail. That would not surprise me at all. I just heard a pretty large piece, I think, hit. So I'm looking out the window here right now. Gumball-sized hail. So I'm going to estimate that that might be quarter-sized hail. This is a storm, again, moving Marion right now. North side of Marion, large hail likely. Don't be fooled as well as what's falling in here right now is decent-sized hail. What's just behind this, though, back towards Carterville, might be even larger. So we might still see seeing a lot of quarter-sized hail reports coming in right now. That's on the way from Marion. Again, area of rotation going to be further south. Right down in here. Okay, that's going to be our biggest concern for an area of rotation. And there is a fair amount of rotation here on the south side of town. So if you live between Marion and Lake of Egypt, that's where you need to be. You need to be heading to shelter, okay? If you need from, I'll say Crab Orchard, not the lake, but the town, Crab Orchard to Creel Springs, you also need to be heading to shelter. Further eastward, let's look down the line. Talking Stonefort. I'm going to zoom this out just a bit. Okay, so looking further down the line, Stonefort to Carrier Mills. I think we're actually pretty close to. All right, Stonefort to Carrier Mills, you guys need to be heading to your safe spot as well. You're not in a warning yet. However, if it takes you, and I'll tell you, especially if it takes you a little while to get there, if you live in a mobile home or a trailer, Stonefort, Carrier Mills, you need to think about heading to, neighbor's house, friend's house down the road, someplace to take shelter. Again, that's if you live in a mobile home or trailer, you've got a little while before this thing gets here. I'm going to throw another storm track on this just so you guys have a pretty good idea of where this is heading. Area of rotation, we're just going to take this and go due east at about 55. So there you go. Observed tornado, it looks like on the ground. That's going to be south side of Marion, I believe. So we do have trying to get to the report here. South side of Marion, right now, we've got a tornado confirmed on the ground, okay? National Weather Service just put out the new warning there, so observed tornado just south of Marion. Trying to see, it's like we do have a PDS that's showing, yep, there it is, okay. So we're going to switch this over and look at the scan here to see if we can see that this tornado is on the ground. Again, this is south side of Marion. This is going to be crossing I-57 shortly. Folks, if you live, this is probably going to be pretty close to Creel Springs, maybe just the north side of Creel Springs. Waiting on an update to come through here. I've got it over on this side. Come on. Come on. So it's going to be right about here is where we're looking at. Area of rotation, there it is, right there. All right, so tornado is right here crossing I-57 on this radar scan. Remember, radar is not live, so this means that this tornado is probably already crossing over 57 and crossing over 37. Okay, this is an observed tornado warning now that a tornado is on the ground just south of Marion. with the very concerned, honestly, with this. I'm going to switch back over to reflectivity. Looks like there is a debris ball here as well on this storm. So that's what this pink dot is. Again, right now that would be between probably 57 and 37. I'm going to say this is probably pretty close to, we'll say, Pike's Hunting Club, maybe a little south of that. Again, confirmed tornado on the ground. I cannot stress this enough that this is a very dangerous situation for areas south side of Marion, okay? So this is south of downtown Marion. 166 New Denison area, Creel Springs. Seeing a report come through on YouTube, lots of debris. That's north side of the Lake of Egypt. So large tornado on the ground, north side of Lake of Egypt. That is going to be, again, we're going to be pushing this eastward. 166 north of Creel is where you guys need to be in shelter immediately. Again, you need to be getting out of mobile homes. You need to be getting out of trailers, and you need to be heading to shelter as fast as you can. Large tornado and potentially a very strong tornado on the ground here. Anytime we've got a debris ball that's showing up on reflectivity, and that's what this pink dot is over here, that is a huge concern and usually an indication of a rather strong tornado, potentially a long tracking tornado. So I'm going to go ahead and put the storm track on this once again. Moving pretty quickly today. Folks, I don't want you out trying to, I know it's daylight outside still, but I really don't want you outside trying to get a picture of this one. We've got some very strong winds here. We're on the north side of Marion, but very strong winds here. So we're away from the tornado part of this storm, but lots of hail, lots of very strong winds. But again, south of Marion is where we're most concerned with right now. Like they just threw a new tornado warning out for this spot here. There we go. Tornado emergency was just issued for a large tornado, folks. Again, this is south of Marion. Looks like the tornado is going to pass north of Creel. Looks like it might have its sights. If it stays together, the current track on this would take it very close to Carrier Mills. Just getting a video in right now of the tornado actually. So yes, very large tornado. New Denison area. Going to try to get as many town and street names. Williford area. Guys, you need to be in shelter, okay? Fairview Baptist Church, Arnold View Will Baptist Church further to the east. Large tornado on the ground heading that way. I think this is going to push very close to those two areas. Probably on top of the Williford area right now as we speak. National Weather Service putting out a pretty rare tornado warning that there's catastrophic damage that's happening with this one now as it's moving through. That includes Harrisburg. Again, Carrier Mills, I really think that this one is going to be extremely close to you. This is a very, very large tornado, though, again, on the ground right now as we speak. Latest update puts it on top of 166. Again, okay. Again, folks, if you're familiar with where these are, Fairview Baptist Church, SBC, Arnold View Free Will Baptist Church, all of these areas, you need to be in shelter. If you live close to these areas, you need to be in shelter. Let's see, Dikersburg, Delta. And then Carrier Mills. You guys really do need to be in shelter with this. Harrisburg, let's go ahead and put a track on this. It's going to be close to you as well. Again, if you live in Harrisburg right now, you live in Carrier Mills, going through the communities there, we've got Dikersburg and Delta. Very, very large tornado on the ground here. Again, this is not a radar indicated. This is one that is there on the ground currently. We have sites on it currently. Starting to get some reports of significant damage coming in from these areas as well. Alexis asking, again, this is muddy. Go ahead and put the storm track right back on this thing. I should get an update here any second on the reflectivity. The velocity scan, we're getting ready to get a new one pop in here, is very impressive. But don't mess with this thing. It really is a rather large tornado. It appears to be on the ground. I have a feeling this is a pretty strong tornado, not just a brief touchdown. If you're in the city center of Marion, if you're in Spillertown, we've got some storms off to the west to still watch, but the worst of this storm is by you. Okay, the worst of this storm is by Marion now. The area that we're most concerned with and the area that we're focused on right now is probably past Creel Springs. And again, that is going to be heading towards the Williford area. It's going to pass pretty close to Dikersburg and Delta. Ledford, Carrier Mills. There we go. Seen a lot of pictures and photos now getting sent to us of it moving through the region. And again, this is the dot that you see right here on your screen. That's a debris signature getting showed up or getting picked up. Seeing some reports of no power right now in Creel Springs. That doesn't surprise me. So again, just putting a storm track on this. We were putting the speed somewhere around 55 miles an hour. Take this thing kind of due to the northeast. Okay. So that's really the general path that I'm expecting this thing to take, is somewhere right around in here. Harrisburg to Carrier Mills is probably where this is going to be going through. Notice down the line, if this holds together, and there's really no reason it wouldn't, that we would be looking down the road into parts of Gallatin County. Quality, Shawneetown probably are more in line with this than Ridgeway, but we'll keep an eye on it. So again, large tornado on the ground, confirmed, radar confirmed, visuals on it as well. Seeing a couple reports that are not necessarily great, but this is a strong tornado, folks. So again, so Carrier Mills, Harrisburg, Quality Junction down the line. But again, right now, what I'm most concerned with are just folks that are in the immediate path of this, and would really like to see a radar update where we didn't have the debris signature on the ground still. Latest update I'm looking here, we should get an update here in any time. Beth asking, sorry about Ridgeway. I'm trying to get as many towns as I can to let you know. This is going to be close. I think that if this were to continue on the same path, it would probably stay just south of there. But it will be close. So have to keep an eye, Quality, Ridgeway, Shawneetown, all of those areas as well. The latest update, there's the debris still showing up back here, it appears. Well, tornado itself would be a little bit further to the north than that. I think we are still seeing potentially some debris with this one. Again, a bit of a rarity, but it looks like the National Weather Service, as I mentioned, did issue kind of a rare warning for this one, as there was a rather large tornado that could be still on the ground. So again, Carrier Mills, Stone Fort, I know I keep saying the same places, all the way up to Ledford and Harrisburg. This is going to be pretty close to you guys. Getting a lot of videos shown right now. Tyler Bridge Road saying, this is Trinka saying they're watching debris right now in the sky. So again, this is just south of the Marion, and just southeast of Marion now. But this passed just south of Marion is where it was. Likely crossed over 148 and I-57 and Route 37. Likely crossed over Market Road or Market Street, just the north side of Lake of Egypt. Now this tornado would be a little further eastward. We'll get an update here soon. It's going to put it very close to the Williamson-Saline County line, just north of Stone Fort, I believe. Taylor asking about Carbondale. Let me go ahead and zoom back out here just a bit. I know we are really focused in on this one. We've got another storm that's moving into Carbondale right now. If you're joining us, we've got another storm right behind this one. Looks like maybe some more hail with this one. Probably not quite as big, but possibly some more hail. Again, the big focus right now is further east, where we do have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground as well. I will tell you there's another storm here, another supercell further to the south in Scott County again. That's one that has, once again, shown, looks like it's got a lot of rotation, probably going to pass pretty close to where the tornado was earlier. So, but I'm going to zoom back in and really focus in on this storm here, because again, this one we know had a, I'll keep paying attention to all the other ones as well. But Kayla, just hail, yeah. For Carbondale, I think that's it. What it's going to be probably is just hail. But right now on Highway 45, Carrier Mills to Harrisburg, I'd go ahead and say that you guys need to be in your safe spot. Again, I don't necessarily think that I'm not seeing the same indications that we've got a tornado on the ground. The debris ball that we had just a little while ago is gone. There's the latest update. But very strong storm, still a lot of hail in it. Galatia to Raleigh to Harrisburg. You guys are going to see some large hail here in just a bit. Don't let your guard down, though, because if we see a tornado develop, it's probably going to be right back somewhere in this area. Okay, it's going to be right back in here. We knew we had a tornado that passed this, where the track that this went on just a little while ago. Throw this back on. The path of that tornado was somewhere right around in here. Maybe a little, that could be just a little too far to the north, but that's very close. Okay, and it might have started even as early as back over here, and it went kind of right in that route. That was the route that we were tracking. Again, if there's still a tornado that could potentially be in this storm, it would be moving into Carrier Mills. And I want you guys to treat this as that there is still a tornado in this. I'm not seeing quite as many signs maybe that there is, but I really do want you guys to treat this as there is, because again, that was a very large tornado and possibly on the ground for quite a while. So Carrier Mills, Ledford, Harrisburg. Again, all of you guys, you need to be in your safe spots. El Dorado, I think you guys are going to see some hail from this storm. I think the main, I'll go ahead and put the motion back on this. I think the main rotation right now, at least, it looks like it's probably going to stay south of you. That might not be the case for Equality and Shawneetown, though. Go back to the storm to a little bit further to the west. That's one to yeah, so we're going to get a new severe thunderstorm. Next storm coming in, I think, is what we might be seeing. All right, let me go ahead and watching this storm a little bit further west as it has developed once again in an atmosphere that seems like it's, you would think it'd be worked over, but it is kind of hanging out on the southern side of that boundary, which means it probably still has some energy to work with. But there's the new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for that. So new severe thunderstorm warning includes Murfreesboro, Carbondale, and it stretches all the way to Marion. That's another supercell that's actually just behind the one. So if you are joining me and you just dealt with this tornado that went through, I can tell you there's a tornado with this one, but right now the thing to watch with this is we may have another round of very heavy rain, potentially some more hail that moves in with this next storm. And again, I can't rule out, because of the way the atmosphere is, that we could see some more rotation with it. So right down Route 13 right now, two major storms tracking, and then a couple more to the south as well. Go back down to that one as well. I want to forget about it. Friends down is going to be, gosh, same storm that we had that pushed through Benton, Missouri just a little while ago. That was just, we had one that went through Blodgett, Missouri just a little while ago. And now you're talking about potentially having one that's confirmed just to the north of that. Looks like that is a confirmed observed tornado as well on the ground. So again, that would be once again moving into, gosh, same areas that dealt with it just a little while ago. We had, this one's probably seen some really heavy or large hail from Thebes to Commerce, the area of rotation. If there's a tornado on this one still, it's going to be to the south of that, though. I'm going to say from Commerce southward to Olive Branch and to Miller City area, Horseshoe Lake, and then eastward. So get ready for mounds if this one continues to hold together. And again, there's no reason that it wouldn't. Get ready. You might be needing to seek shelter. And if you live in a mobile home or trailer, if you're in Mounds or you're in Mound City, You may want to start moving somewhere if you need to. Again, this is a storm that once again also has a confirmed tornado in it. Further to the north, again, we've got a lot of warnings still showing up on the board here. All of the orange boxes, if you're just joining me, are severe thunderstorm warnings. Red boxes are indication of a tornado warning that's radar indicated. Once we see a pink box show up, that is a tornado warning with an observed tornado. And then we also have a couple other warnings that show up here that are tornado emergencies. And that's what we had just a little while ago. I'm trying to edit some of that real fast so you guys can. That was the, there we go. That's probably a little bit better. You can see that one. That was for this storm here. Again, I'm seeing that the rotation has probably weakened a little bit on this one. They still have a tornado warning on this, and I say that there's still the possibility we see a tornado develop really close to Carrier Mills. That's some strong rotation still there. We'll go back over and show you that. Kind of jumbled up, but watch the north side of this. So Carrier Mills eastward, that's 34 that goes south out of Harrisburg towards the Mitchellsville area. And if you're in that area, I think you need to be, gosh, I'm sorry, I'm just reading some of the reports coming through with the damage that's south of Marion on Market Road, saying, you know, home lost, and just thoughts and really thinking about the folks that just went through that. One of those things when it hits really close to home, that's for sure. All right, further to the east, again, we're looking at if there's rotation or if there's a tornado on this. It's going to be pretty close to where 145 and 34 come together. Again, that is going to be close to where Mitchellsville is, Rudiment. Guys, if you live in these areas, you know, there it is. There's 34 that comes south. Mitchellsville is about right in here. Kind of a collection of homes and a gas station. If you're in that area, you need to be heading to shelter. This is a storm, again, that has shown a tendency of producing a tornado, may still be producing a tornado. And this is south of Harrisburg. South of Harrisburg, Carrier Mills, I think really the worst of the rotation is to your east now. But Mitchellsville to Rudiment, Somerset, further to the east as well. In these areas, this is going to track pretty much due east. Looks like southern part of Gallatin County. So when you start talking about areas, you know, south of Equality or near Equality to Shawneetown, probably just south of that. Double M Campground, kind of these areas, Kedron, Eagle, Derby, the High Knob area. All of those folks that are in these areas, you really need to be getting to shelter, because again, this storm has a history of producing tornadoes and possibly a history of producing some fairly strong tornadoes as well. All right, going back to the west, another strong storm here. Again, this one is also in Jackson County. I will say it's taking a slightly further south track than what it took, than what the last one took, but this track is going to be through the southern part of the county. Probably some pretty large hail just south of Carbondale, the Bosquedale area. If we're going to see any rotation in this storm, again, that is probably going to end up being, now, I'm not really seeing a lot of rotation at this point with this. Maybe a little bit there just to the north. I have to watch this area right up in, right just to the north of Makanda. Also, some very strong winds, straight line winds here. Kind of running through. These are 60-mile-an-hour winds, 60, 65-mile-an-hour winds that are running through here. Again, this is just north of Makanda, and this is going to be just to the south of Carbondale. I'm also going to zoom back out and go back to the south, switch back over to velocity. This is another confirmed tornado warning that is currently there. This one is for southern sections of Alexander County, Pulaski counties as well. And this is one that, again, would be towards the Olive Branch, Miller City area, Horseshoe Lake, and would push very close to Mounds and Mound City. A confirmed tornado looks like still possibly on the ground there with that one. We'll try to pull that camera up once again. We had a shot earlier of a tornado that was actually crossing over the interstate right at this spot. So hate to see that they're kind of having to deal with this 2 days in a row, or within a couple of hours of each other. They're having to deal with this 2 different times. Not really seeing much show up there on the camera, but again, if you live in these areas, looks like confirmed tornado. It looks like was on the ground quite a while, enough to prompt the National Weather Service to go ahead and extend the warning further to the east. We're gonna go back up to the north. Still a lot of concern about this storm here, that we've seen some recycling with it. Southern Saline County. Still a tornado warning for southern Saline County. And again, this one, if it were to produce another tornado, it would track then into the southern part. It would then track into southern Gallatin County. So there is no tornado warning yet in effect for Equality in Shawneetown, but it's coming. It'll be the next warning that's issued, I would bet. So again, if you live in Equality, if you live in Shawneetown, you would probably want to end up heading to your safe space, again, especially if you live in a mobile home or a trailer. But Equality, Shawneetown, this storm, again, this is the one that produced a fairly large tornado that we know of that was just south of Marion. For those of you just joining me this afternoon, so we're tracking storms. These are we're tracking storms that are all in southern Illinois. That's what I focus on. That's my coverage area that I really focus on. So this is what we're tracking this afternoon. If you hear a town or big old flash of lightning just outside my window, and don't worry, I'm probably hear that thunder. So again, if you're just joining me, this is I'm a little very concerned. But if you're hearing a town name called out, it's going to be likely in southern Illinois. That's where I'm tracking storms. Asking about Harrisburg in the clear. Mary Beth, I'll tell you what, if you're in Harrisburg, you're kind of, I think the most concerning area is probably just south of you. But there you go, Mitchellsville. Yeah, so I would say with this latest radar scan, I think that at least this storm has passed you. Let me zoom out just a bit so you can see it just a little wider. There is another storm to the west. So we're not quite done yet. Again, Equality, Shawneetown, Mitchellsville, Rudiment, Somerset. If you're hearing your community called out, these are the areas that I'm most concerned with right now, that with this storm that continues to push eastward. Again, I'll go ahead and put a storm track on this. Say from here. And there you go, kind of the general storm track. So for my friends in Junction, this is going to be pretty close to you, I think. Probably pretty close to you. Maybe just a little to the south. Again, I think it's going to go through the southern part of the county, Equality, Shawneetown area south of that. Yeah, I'm seeing the report too. It's from It's Me, Sarah. Some are reporting that Lake of Egypt has some major damage. I think on the north side of the lake, I think they do. From what I'm understanding, I don't know if it's right on the lake or if it's just to the north of that, but it's kind of in that vicinity, north side of the Lake of Egypt to it's between Marion and Lake of Egypt on the north side. That was a very major tornado that went through that area. One other thing I would say to all of you folks, that if you're hearing this and you're in Marion, don't go out looking for damage right now. All you do is get in the way of first responders, fire departments, EMS. You know, these areas, we might have injuries, who knows? So, you know, if you're in these areas, don't be going out looking for stuff and trying to be a gawker. It's kind of our natural instinct, believe me, I get it. But again, you get really in the way of a lot of folks that might be trying to do some good and really trying to get it in the way of first responders. All right, let's turn our attention back to the storm Harrisburg. Isaiah, thanks for joining this afternoon. Isaiah, we are going to see another storm moving from the west. It might produce some hail. I think that the rotation part of that is once again going to stay south of Harrisburg. But once these storms go through, go ahead and pull this back up. All right, I'm going to zoom this out. Basically, from that line north and west, you're in the clear for the night, right? You're in the clear for the night. Relax, enjoy the evening, enjoy a weekend, enjoy the weekend. Farther to the south and east, obviously, that's where all the storms are. You can see the pink boxes, you can see the orange boxes, all that stuff showing up. So until these storms clear a little further east, we're not in the clear in these areas. So that means I think Carbondale, you're in the clear. But I don't think Marion is. I'm hearing Marion. I'm hearing the heavy rain come down once again. You know, Harrisburg, you're going to have to deal with another storm coming through here in just a bit. It might drop some hail. So just getting some messages come through. So it looks like a fair amount of damage again. Yeah, so it's south of Marion, Grassy Road area. That looks like where that area was that got hit. All right. Focus back in. I'm going to get rid of all of my telestration here. We've got a new tornado warning that has just been issued. I've been telling you guys about this one. That storm now it does include all of southern Gallatin County for the new tornado warning. It does include Equality and Shawneetown as well, and just south of Shawneetown also, but it includes Junction. I'm going to see if any indication on what this is. So I don't know that there's still let me look, but I don't know that there's still a tornado on the ground right this second, but boy, there might be right back in here. Okay, so I think it's possible that we've got another tornado on the ground with this storm. That would be very close to the Rudiment area. right now, Somerset and Rudiment, and that would be heading eastward towards Eagle and Derby, Hedron, Route 1. There you go, the update coming in. Route 1 area. All of these areas, again, if there's a tornado warning that is going, if there's a tornado on the ground, which I think that there's a possibility there is here, is going to be just south of Equality. Okay, so Equality Junction, Shawneetown, you guys are in the considered into the warning. I really do think that if there's a tornado on the ground with this one, it's probably going to be just south of Equality. Could be heading pretty close to Junction, Shawneetown, Old Shawneetown. Again, the Gold Hill area, possibly pretty close to Double M Campground, maybe just to the north of Pounds Hollow. Okay. Marion reporting hail again as the next storm moves through. So again, I think we do have another tornado, at least possibly on the ground with this storm. Again, this is southern Gallatin County. There might be a tornado on the ground with this one. So again, I'm trying to process everything. So I apologize for the gaps sometimes in talking. All right, let's go back west. Let's look at this storm that's moving through Marion. Looks like maybe some large hail once again, west side of Marion, moving in to the center of town. Additionally, I know the National Weather Service right now is concerned about 60 to 70 mile an hour winds in the area that just got hit with the tornado. So that is from Marion southward. There might be some very strong straight line winds with this. I'm not seeing, the good news is I'm not seeing a lot of rotation with it, but the bad news is, again, large hail, Marion. Wish I could turn my camera around. I'd show you exactly what we've got here, but large hail coming down in Marion, very, very heavy rain as well. But again, that's going to be the main concern with that storm. So potentially a tornado on the ground through southern, moving into southern Gallatin County. Again, that is going to pass pretty close to Double M Campground, probably just north of Pounds Hollow. We'll push pretty close to Shawneetown and Junction. Areas just south of there, south and east. So Old Shawneetown would be in the path of that. Gold Hill area would all be in the path of this storm. Guys, the warning is for a confirmed tornado on the ground. I'm telling you that I don't necessarily have a confirmed radar scan that says that at this point. It's possible that I'm seeing it, but my biggest concern with this storm yeah, I think we do have a tornado that's probably on the ground like with this storm right now. Yeah, let's go zoom right back in here because the latest update is going to show that. You're going to see the latest update coming in is going to be like a little bit of a curve right here. There is one there, though, just south of Equality. There may be a tornado on the ground. So, yeah, so for Shawneetown, Old Shawneetown, again, Gold Hill, you guys need to be in shelter. Again, they're right. There really might be a tornado on the ground with this one. It's a, yeah, I think there is. Yep. New scan coming in right now, and I think that's what you're going to see. That's what that is right there. That's a tornado on the ground. So Junction, Shawneetown, you guys need to be in your safe spot immediately. Don't waste any time. I'd say get there quickly. Old Shawneetown, Shawneetown, Junction. I think there's a fairly large tornado possibly on the ground creating some damage in these areas. And I wouldn't waste any time getting there. Okay, this is the same storm that produced damage just a little while ago. Again, this is south of Ridgeway. This is now east of Equality. So Junction, Shawneetown, Old Shawneetown, this tornado is going to pass very close to you. And I really do think that there is one on the ground right now, just based on what I'm seeing. I think it's this blue dot right here. Back here in Marion, I do have some hail falling right now, some fairly large hail falling. Looks like maybe at least dime-sized hail coming down. Another scan coming in. Like maybe the update there. Really think this is more towards. Yeah, I think the latest scan basically has this right between Shawneetown and Old Shawneetown, or at least it's going to pass pretty close to both of those. I think it's going to be about right in here. So Shawneetown might be getting ready to take a pretty good hit from this. Again, you should be in your safe spot in Shawneetown. You should be in your safe spot in Old Shawneetown as well. And I would say even kind of all in this. It's all kind of jumbled together. There is a lot here. The Shawneetown, Old Shawneetown, Gold Hill, head to shelter. Let's zoom back out just a bit. Let's go back to the storm that's moving through Williamson County right now. Good news is, as I think once this storm moves through Marion, and moves through Pittsburgh, I think things are going to really quiet down for the rest of the evening for you guys. But again, what we're watching now is some of these starting to shift into southeastern Illinois. There's everything that's going on right now in motion. Again, biggest concern I've got right now is the storm that's biggest concern I have right now is Gallatin County, to be honest. That storm is a very strong storm. I really do think that there's probably a tornado on the ground. If you live in these areas, live in Shawneetown, you live in Old Shawneetown, please let me know what after this storm moves through, what you're seeing. Marion in the clear. Just kind of answered that question a second ago. We'll go back through it, but it looks like once this next storm, the one that we're moving through right now, that tracking through right now, I think that the things are going to quiet down. I think you're in the clear after that. But again, Marion dealing with hail right now. This thing is tracking right down Route 13, so we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that does include that. Includes basically the southern 2/3 of Saline County. So that does include Harrisburg and Carrier Mills. The main concern I've got right now with this storm is that I think that we're going to see with this one with hail and possibly some very strong straight line wind. Okay. Let's go back into Gallatin County. I think that the storm further south here is, we've still got a tornado warning mounds. You guys are still dealing with this. Right now, though, I'm going to focus a little further north, and I really think because I'm pretty confident we have a tornado, or at least producing a tornado close to it in Gallatin County, and that's been my biggest concern. Now, this is going to cross the Ohio River shortly, and this is going to then move into parts of Kentucky. So, but right now, Again, we're not in the clear. This storm latest radar update that just came in there shows us very close to Shawneetown and Old Shawneetown. So that's really where we're watching here. Again, I think that there could potentially be a tornado on the ground with this. Okay, so Shawneetown, Old Shawneetown, this will move through pretty quickly. One thing to kind of keep an eye on, though, here is that don't let your guard down, because we have another storm right behind that. Again, I don't think right now this storm is showing signs of a tornado, but don't let your guard down. If we have a tornado that goes through Shawneetown or something like that, or near it, say, the natural instinct is to get out and try to clean up everything. But be aware there's another storm just to your west. This out a little further so you guys can see. That is producing large hail, tracking right down Route 13. So again, El Dorado, Harrisburg, Farrier Mills, guys are all going to pick up another round of at least hail, possibly dime to quarter-sized hail of that. That includes, again, basically anywhere from El Dorado, Harrisburg, Carrier Mills, southward to Mitchellsville, and then eastward again. I think that storm may hold together, so we might see another round of hail in Ridgeway. We might see another round of hail inequality in Shawneetown. I'm seeing lots of reports come in right now. There you go. So seeing a comment here saying there was a Route 1 that was towards yeah, so it'd be confirmation basically from Hardin County, possibly looking northward into Gallatin County, seeing a tornado form. So, and that was just a little while ago. For sure, a possibility. Again, I thought that storm there had that capability and looked like it was going to have that capability. Quarter size hail just on the south side of Marion again. So again, that's the same storm we're talking about tracking down Route 13. That's the same thing that would be heading towards Harrisburg. So just a heads up there. Again, we've got another storm moving through. Again, the good news is behind this next storm, things do start to quiet down. All right, let's go ahead and shift. Let's go back in real quick. We'll zoom in on the confirmed tornado because I think that was the one that we really had the most likelihood of seeing a tornado. Was right here in Shawneetown. So back over to velocity. We've still got a lot of rotation with this storm. It's getting ready to cross the river. Now, once it crosses the river, there's the new warning that was just plotted in there. Once it crosses the river, then what I'm going to do is then shift my focus south to the storm that is moving towards Metropolis. And that's got a tornado warning on it as well. So that's my plan. Is I'm going to stay with the Gallatin County for just a few more minutes. Got a lot of friends in Gallatin County, but Shawneetown, Old Shawneetown, this storm pretty much moving right over top of you. And I'm trying to also, try to get rid of some spam while I can here. This storm moving pretty much right over top of you, and then it will start to make its way probably very close to Old Shawneetown, crossover into Kentucky, and we'll start to head eastward over towards Morganfield and Uniontown, and I'm going to let them kind of handle that, and I'm going to shift my focus further to the south here shortly. There it is, the hook right there. And I would bet, just looking at this, that if there's a tornado still with this, it's probably now on the Kentucky side of the river. Okay, so just had a report of that they had graduation going on in Gallatin County, and everybody was hunkered in the locker room. I think that at least the worst part of the storm is past you. The tornado threat from this storm is past you. However, further to the west, there is another storm right now moving into Saline County. So again, we were just talking about this one. Don't let your guard down yet. This is a strong storm that's moving through. I'm going to see a little more concerned with this storm here as I look at it now. Still not really seeing the signs of rotation. So the biggest threat still, I think, with this one, Marion, you guys are in the clear. All right, Carterville, Herrin, Johnston City, Pittsburgh, all the way from Marion to Mount Vernon, to McLeansboro and Thompsonville. You guys are in the clear for tonight, okay? Jesse, Franklin County, you're in the clear for tonight, okay? I'm going to go ahead and give you guys all the clear. What we're concerned with are storms, Harrisburg, Carrier Mills right now. Again, I know you guys just went through this. Further to the south, another storm. We do have a tornado warning still for Metropolis. It does extend northward to Joppa and does also include Paducah and Brookport. And the reason being is we've got some extremely large hail that's been falling from this storm. Seeing some pictures right now of baseball, that's right, baseball-sized hail that fell in Mounds, Illinois just a little while ago, okay? That gives you an idea of what's heading your way right now for, again, Metropolis. It is starting to lose some of the hail core. It does appear. One of the latest scans, I'll go ahead and show you what I'm looking at. Okay. Update. Okay. There was the largest hail core when it was coming across the river kind of started to lose some of its steam, and it looks like we've seen the hail core start to fall out of this storm. Still likely some quarter-sized hail here right along the Ohio River. That's New Grand Chain right there. The winery right here, right that overlooks the river. Lafarge and Wholesome, and then you get over towards the EEI plant. These areas, likely some large hail, possibly quarter-sized hail falling. But again, what I'm seeing right now, at least on radar, is that we are starting to see some of the hail core start to collapse on that. Also, I just want to tell you guys, I appreciate all of the comments and the messages, and I know if you send me a message or you leave a comment, sometimes especially, hey, I'm doing a live stream right now, I'm not going to be able to respond to you right away, but I try to get back to as many as I can. It might take me a day or two, give me a bit, but give me a bit, and I will try to respond as much as I can. Just watching a video somebody had just sent me of a tornado that we were talking about earlier about, that cell that was moving through Gallatin County, and I was just watching a video real quickly. I'll try to show some of these if I can later, but of a tornado that formed that was near Double M Campground. We were talking about that a little while ago, and pretty close to that. So appreciate there was somebody was sending me a video of that, and we appreciate that as well. Okay. So a storm that was impacting Gallatin County, now east out of southern Illinois. There is another one on the way. So, you know, Harrisburg, that's getting ready to move into your area. Carrier Mills getting ready to move in. It's moving in now. That's going to continue eastward. So basically along Highway 45, El Dorado, Harrisburg, Muddy, southward to Ledford, Carrier Mills. You guys are really getting ready to deal with the brunt of this storm. Very strong straight line winds possible. That's going to continue eastward. So Ridgeway, Equality, I'd say over towards SIC, and then even southward again, down Route 1, Junction, and then southward, you know, you start getting closer to the Hardin County line. You guys are going to see another strong storm move through, potentially some hail, some strong straight line winds. Sydney Webb asking about Dowdren, whether you guys are in the clear. Yes, you're in the clear. Again, pretty much anywhere that is from Mount Vernon to Marion, McLeansboro, Mill Shoals, West Frankfort, Benton. You guys are all in the clear. Carbondale, Murfreesboro, all in the clear. Have a good night. Enjoy the weekend. Further east, southeast, again, we're going to be dealing with this for just a bit. Yes, Nicole Stout saying it's Heron in the clear too. Yep, you guys are in that. You guys are in the clear as well. They just cleared off the severe thunderstorm warning for Williamson County. So again, I'm going to go ahead and give you the all clear. Franklin, Jefferson, Williamson, Jackson, Perry counties, all clear. Further to the south and east, not so much. We're not far away from being in the clear, but we've got maybe a little bit longer before we're there. So I'm going to stay with you guys a little bit longer. Hardin County, you're not in the clear. I really think that you might end up really lucking out right now in Hardin County, where you've got a storm that's going to stay to your north, a storm that's going to stay to your south. Kind of, you guys might end up right in between. Angie saying that hail falling right now. I think Luna saying hailing in Harrisburg. Yep, and it's probably going to get a little bit bigger before it gets smaller. Yeah, asking about northern Polk County, Misty. Again, I think that you're very similar to Hardin County, where you might end up just splitting the two between these. We've got one to the north there that's a strong storm from Harrisburg to Carrier Mills. That's staying east. So that's going to track over towards Equality and Shawneetown. Meanwhile, to the south, you've got a tornado-warned storm that's Joppa to Metropolis. But again, you kind of get stuck in between those, and there is a bit of a gap. New severe thunderstorm warning. Third large, strong storm now that they're dealing with in Alexander and Pulaski County. Don't see these days where you just have supercell after supercell after supercell. We don't see a lot of days like that, and that was one of our concerns going into this afternoon. Is that you know, we knew that the amount of energy that was there today was a real big concern. In fact, I was texting with some colleagues of mine and talking today, and I said, you know, look, I've been doing this for almost 15 years now, and some of the numbers that I were seeing and some of the things that were showing up in models were off the charts, and were things that I've only seen here in our area during some of the biggest days and biggest tornado events that we've had. So that was very concerning for me as we were heading in there, and hopefully kind of the messaging and trying to use some fairly strong wording with the messaging to get that point across. Heavy rain, Mitchellsville. Yeah, you guys are kind of on the southern side of this storm. You might stay just to the south there, Diana. You might stay just to the south of the hail core with this. Ryan asking about Lake of Egypt in the clear. Yeah, you guys are in the clear too. So I would put now Anna, and I'd say Goreville And I would say essentially from Anna, Goreville to Stoneport, Galatia, I would say you guys are in the clear now. Everywhere north and west of that line that you can kind of see here, I'm drawing a draw from McLeansboro to Galatia to Stoneport, Goreville to Anna. I think you guys are in the clear. Hail coming down in Harrisburg right now. Do you guys have any idea? Kelly, can you tell us how big the hail is there that's falling right now in Harrisburg? Appreciate that. Jessica saying nickel-sized hail between Carrier Mills and Harrisburg. Time-sized hail. That's up a little bit further to the north than what I'm focused in on right now. Still have a tornado warning for southern parts of Massac County. A new severe thunderstorm warning that was added just a little while ago for Alexander Pulaski again. And once again, the tornado threat for Gallatin County, for the warnings that were issued for Gallatin County just a little while ago, has ended. I'm going to just a second. Saw a few things that had me, not for our area so much, but that storm that produced the tornado through southern Gallatin. This is the same storm, by the way, that's now moving into western Kentucky. That's getting ready to produce a tornado into Morganfield. That's the same storm that produced the large tornado south of Marion. Okay, so that was the same storm that produced that. Meanwhile, the one behind it is producing large hail, but the threat for tornadoes seems to be a little bit lower right now with that storm. Try to get you videos. So again, what we're keeping an eye on the rest of this evening, yes, Harrisburg, I think you guys are now in the clear. The warning hasn't been cleared yet, but it will be shortly as the storm moves east. Right now, the concern I have, again, still strong storm, Ridgeway, Equality, get ready. You guys got, you've got some more hail. For folks that I know, they were saying Gallatin County still had graduation this evening. For those at Gallatin County graduation, you got another round of hail coming in. Okay, El Dorado's in the clear too. The backside of you guys are going through the backside of this now, but the strongest storm again likely going to produce some hail, but I think the tornado threat is decreasing. Further to the south, still a tornado warning for southern Massac County. But again, that storm right now, the biggest threat I think is going to be the hail. We've seen some weakening here recently with that one as well. That was a storm that when it moved through the Mounds and Mound City area, let me tell you guys, we had baseball-sized hail falling from that storm. Baseball. That's some big hail. Okay, that is some extremely large hail. Ask you about Mitchellsville again, Ginger. Give it 5 minutes and it'll be past you. Give it 5 minutes, it'll be past you. So again, this storm, large hail quality, Ridgeway Junction coming back in, dime to quarter size. Trying to get a video uploaded here if I can to show you guys the tornado that this is from a friend of mine, actually, just a little while ago. I can check quick. This is from a friend of mine that sent this to me just a few minutes ago. This was the tornado that was south of Marion. This video was taken from Market Street, actually, South Market, just south of Marion, just a little while ago. So again, this was a strong tornado, possibly. Anytime you see it like that, that's always a concern. Is when you see the clouds spinning like that, that's always a big concern. So this was a video taken again from a friend of mine. Just this is South Market Street. His name's Tyler Hatton, and I appreciate that coming in and sending that along. But that was the video. I'm going to show that one more time real quickly here. This is again taken from South Market Street, just south of Marion, as the tornado was pushing through. Unfortunately, I've seen some of the damage reports that have started to come in from that area, and it sounds like quite a bit of damage there. So that was a rather large tornado and always a pretty big concern. All right, I'm going to stay with you guys just a little bit longer here. We've been on live streaming for quite a while. I believe I came on at about 3:30 this afternoon, so we've been on for 3 or 4 hours or so. Break down everything that's going on. Again, tornado threat has ended for Harrisburg. Tornado threat has ended for Vienna and Anna, basically everywhere north of there. Gallatin County Junction, see there on the map, Shawneetown, Quality. You guys are dealing with a pretty bad storm right now. Some hail, gusty winds. Once this is through, things are really going to start to quiet down for you. Okay. We'll turn our attention a little further to the south. Still watching a storm just north of Benton, Missouri. I don't know how many times I've said that, by the way, today. They've had to deal with just a tremendous amount of storms there. Another storm that's going to cross, that is going to be in Alexander County in just a few minutes. So that's going to push pretty close to Thebes, probably the north side of Thebes. And then we're going to probably see the tornado potential with that storm would pass right now just to the north of Benton, Missouri. Would cross pretty close to Thames. Would be a little bit, further south again, Olive Branch, Miller City, possibly just north of the Horseshoe Lake area, and then Mounds, and eventually once again crossing over the Ohio into western Kentucky. That's a storm that we'll have to continue to watch, and that might once again hit Joppa and Metropolis and some of those areas. So let me know what size hail you're seeing once this storm comes back into Junction and Equality and Shawneetown. Misty, yeah, Harrisburg's in the clear now. Carolyn asking what state this is in. We're focused on Southern Illinois. I've had quite a few comments this afternoon asking about that. We, for those that are on my Facebook page, that we talk a lot, you'll know me. We're Southern Illinois. That's where I focus. I don't really even focus in Southeast Missouri or Western Kentucky much anymore. Really feel like I can be hyper focused and really try to provide the best benefit I can to Southern Illinois. All right, so I'm going to stay with you for a few more minutes while this storm is continuing through Gallatin County. Plan is here is once this storm then exits into Kentucky for the next few minutes, I'm probably going to try to hop off here for a bit. Unfortunately, again, it was just a day where unfortunately a lot of folks had to be impacted, and we've had just such an active spring, and that's unfortunate. I'm a guy that got into doing weather because of severe weather, but I don't like to see other people that are impacted from it be impacted by it. I always the best thing is that we always say that the best severe weather is one that happens out in the middle of the field and no one's impacted. I'm glad I'm staying with you, by the way, because I do want to refocus in on Gallatin County for just a little bit more. Southern part of the county again, and I'm actually getting some messages from the woman that shot video. But unfortunately, sometimes this violent weather does impact a lot of folks. That's really just kind of a shame. And again, I don't like to see that. No one likes to see that. So just really thinking and hoping that everybody was okay. I haven't seen any reports of anybody getting hurt or anything like that, but really hoping that everybody was okay from this one, especially the one that, again, passed south of Marion. That was just a really large tornado. I'm turning your attention back to Gallatin County right now because Hook has me a bit concerned. There are some signs. of rotation right back down in here. There are some signs of rotation with that storm. I don't think we're going to hit another tornado out of this one yet, but again, this is just tells you the days we're dealing with, the day that we're dealing with, and that kind of energy when you have it. It really can tap in and not only produce one storm, but you might see one over another after another. Tell you real quick, appreciate all of those that share photos, and again, any videos and photos, I appreciate those. Show you one here real fast if I can get it up, and get it to post. So this was showing you the tornado a few minutes ago from from Marion, but let me show you this one as well. This is actually one that was from just south of, this was the southern part of Gallatin County. So this was the tornado that just occurred a little while ago, taken, I believe, from around near the Gallatin-Hardin County line. So that's clearly a tornado that was on the ground there. So the way that this all works now is that the National Weather Service will send out survey teams over the coming days and determine what the damage was. And in addition to that, then they will determine the strength of the tornado. That is based off what we call the Enhanced Fujita Scale, EF scale. It was upgraded back in the early 2000s. And we went from the regular Fujita scale, and then we said, because we understand a lot more about engineering and how things work now. And with that, so that's how the rating for tornadoes is determined, is based on the damage that a tornado causes. We also know that when we see reflectivity like we saw earlier, that debris ball south of Marion, that usually that's a really strong tornado. When we start seeing that, that's an indication that we might be having an EF2, EF3 tornado, if not stronger. So, that will all be taken into consideration. But again, Ashley Hunt was, by the way, go back to that picture real quick. Sorry about that. That was, again, a picture. Ashley Hunt is who sent that to me just a few minutes ago. Said it was pretty close to Double M Campground. So seeing some reports come through and saying, yeah, they saw that too. So again, we know we at least had multiple tornadoes touch down in southern Illinois today, and potentially a fairly strong tornado as well. And a lot of that damage then will be assessed over the coming days. Still strong storm here. Pretty nasty supercell. I mean, that's what this thing is. Look at it, just that notch. That's that inflow into that storm. Might be seeing some more rotation. This one is taking a little bit more of a southeastern turn as a result. Glad to see the hook kind of dissipating on the one further to the west here. Getting ready to move into Alexander County. Gosh, knows that Alexander and Pulaski County don't need any more of this, as they have just dealt with a tremendous amount of strong storms this afternoon. Again, baseball-sized hail a little while ago in Pulaski County. Give you probably 10 minutes or so, and then I'll probably start to wrap up and kind of wind things down here. Again, just glad to hear that where a huge storm just hit, but luckily this morning, super early, I went to Florida. Okay. Matt saying watched it from Junction, from just south of us. Yeah. Linda asking if we're the new Tornado Alley. Well, boy, it seems like it this year. That's for sure. We've had an active spring. Other concern we've had, I mean, I don't know. I think if I'm counting correctly, tornado that hit north of Lake of Egypt, south of Marion this afternoon. That'd be the fourth tornado I think that they've had there in the last probably year and months, the last 14 months. That's like unheard of. Four tornadoes almost hitting the exact same spot in that period of time is pretty incredible. Dean asking about Hardin County being in the clear. Zoom out. Yeah, I think you guys are probably in the clear from this one. Again, just kind of watching right along the Hardin Gallatin County line with this storm as it moves eastward. Still a hook there, still some rotation with that storm, but I think that at least that's going to stay right along the Gallatin and Hardin County line. So I think you're in the clear there. Billy, great question. Illinois, I believe, was leading in tornadoes. I know that at least they were a few weeks ago. I'd have to look back up to see the updates, but they were a few weeks ago, yes. Not a great category to be leading in, I don't think. A very, very active. Again, I'm going to let this storm kind of roll across the Ohio and into Kentucky, and I'm probably going to sign off for the evening, at least from the live stream perspective. I think things are starting to wind down. Give you a quick overview of everything. We've been on since about 3:30 this afternoon, so for quite a while. When we see days like today, we don't like to forecast them and try to hype everything. That's not me at all. But when we see things that are a little concerning to us, and I will say, again, I've been doing this for 15 years. When I see numbers that pop off the charts, and I'm like, okay, well, I've only seen that when we've had big days. That's unfortunately, sometimes this is what we end up dealing with. Yes, Eli, Murfreesboro's in the clear. And, we've seen multiple tornadoes touch down this afternoon. Unfortunately, likely a strong tornado south of Marion. Same storm went on to produce at least another tornado. We know further eastward into southern Gallatin County as well. So we know that. Potentially a couple more tornadoes elsewhere in Kentucky. And in addition to that, we also had very, very large hail. Reports of baseball-sized hail this afternoon, even in southern Illinois, Mounds. We're in Mounds City, baseball-sized hail earlier today. So very active day. Quiet down a little bit for the weekend, hopefully. Tomorrow's going to be a really nice day, I think. And as we look ahead to early next week, unfortunately, we might be dealing with some more strong storms. Cross our fingers that we're not dealing with them being as strong as what they were today, but definitely could be more strong storms as we head into next week. Want to give a shout out. Probably don't do this enough, but people ask, hey, how I sometimes get people, hey, how can you support me? It's not about supporting me. I just want to tell you the businesses that the sponsors and the businesses below that you see running across the bottom of the screen. Appreciate all of them. Appreciate the support. Appreciate your support. Debbie, yes, you're in the clear, and Carbondale as well. But I just appreciate everybody kind of still letting me do weather. It's kind of, I do have a fascination for weather, so appreciate the opportunity and appreciate you guys all joining me this evening. And with that, I think Gallatin County, you guys are still Shawneetown, old Shawneetown. I know you guys are still doing some heavy rain, maybe some hail. But again, I think that worst of the threat is starting to wrap up for us here in Southern Illinois. So I'm going to go ahead and sign off for the night. I am going to, yes, Ashley, Marion's in the clear. I'm going to I'll post some updates, maybe some pictures, some videos that we had here throughout the rest of the rest of the evening. But in the meantime, again, thanks for joining me this evening, and hopefully next time we talk, it'll be under different circumstances. All right, have a great night.